brought some apples and oranges if you guys want to munch. Anybody?
Thank you, Pat.
Yes, thank you.
All right, it's a wide, just so you know, it's a wide shot with a picture of the speaker. You're in a wide shot too, so.
The older I get, the wider it needs to be.
They get in line on that
And
one.
the further away it needs to be, so.
Plus, they say that it adds 30 pounds to your weight anyway. So
I thought it was 50.
yeah, I think that's it, Chief. You're right.
I was hoping it added height, but it didn't.
It's
No,
local
as you get
access.
wider, you get shorter.
Broadcast is 50, local access is, so there's only 30.
Yeah. All right, let's get started. Let's see. Welcome to the Town of Litchfield Board of Selectmen's meeting for September 14th, 2013. We're going to be holding a budget work session with several departments throughout the day. The format is going to be very, I won't say loose, but it's going to be very free-flowing and moving fast. So let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first up for the schedule is the fire department. We have the chief here and Jason.
Yep.
So we're gonna hold the same format before. You're gonna go and do the walkthrough. The chief will help support and back up and handle any direct questions. I'm assuming that's how you guys have it arranged.
Yes.
Okay. Everybody's had access to the budgets? All right.
All right.
Dokey. Fire away.
Fire away, so to speak. The salary line reflects the movement through the wage scale. Again, still retaining the 24-hour per week. Ends with a net increase of just under $2,500. The full-time line reflects movement through the wage scale, an increase of $1,939. In the call firefighter line, couple changes here. First is an increase of $5,000 for our estimate for call firefighter wages. If you look at where we are now, we're trending a little high on that. Unfortunately, we've had calls for service, and some of them have been long this year, and so those end up pushing up the cost. I think you recall last year we dialed the number back, and we dialed it back a little too far. The other notable change here is we have a per diem member of the fire department who we're able to use for a lot of in-shop repairs. So we budgeted more hours there, but you will see a larger decrease in the vehicle repair line with the idea of we can do a little bit more ourselves and not be sending quite as much out.
I have a question on that. Does any of that work have potential to create a problem for our insurance? In other words, if there's something that happens, let's say, you understand what I'm saying?
Yep, and I would say no, because he's actually certified as an emergency vehicle mechanic.
Okay. That makes it easy.
So it kind of covers that aspect of it.
Yep.
And he's got, and I don't know if there's a license for emergency vehicle mechanic or EVM.
It's actually called EVT, Emergency Vehicle Technician. It's a nationally recognized certification. It's tested. So yes, I mean he holds
Okay.
he holds that certification. So
Okay.
and it's a nationally accredited and
I was just
recognized
wondering if he held
certification.
it through an employer, that's all I was wondering. If he holds a certification, that's fine, Chief. I'm all
Yeah.
set.
Okay, move on.
All right, training wages, reorganized a little bit here, slightly reduced the amount for in-house training for call company. What we have added, though, is calling out separately EMS refresher and continuing education training to make sure our EMS people continue to be certified to be able to provide EMS services. Weekend coverage. What we are proposing here is, I think what we're proposing here, yes, is basically cutting this in half. So 12 hours per weekend for 48 weekends.
Can we review that? Because I know there was I don't want to get into the details of
Yep.
that, but there was a weekend where we took the opportunity not to cover the station, and I guess, and I'm sure we covered by call firefighters and stuff. So how would this work, Chief?
We did during the month, the weekends are staffed by predominantly the on-call staff. We do, if we need to augment with per diem or even flex the full-time schedules in order to provide coverage. During the month of August, the availability of the on-call staff wasn't there to staff the whole month. I think we had 3 days we could cover, and rather than have confusion about when we are, when we're not, internally as well as to the general public, and as a little bit of a beta test, we didn't staff at all during the weekend. I think we had 3 calls during those 8 to 2 hours on Saturday and Sunday in August, all of which were covered, adequately with on-call staff. In looking at, and naturally it's a give and take. There's other areas that are going up, so in order to kind of maintain some type of a balance in the end, something's got to give. In looking at the statistics for 2013, January to the end of August, there were 28 incidents between the hours of 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. Saturday and Sunday over a period of 35 weekends. So it's less than one less than one call per weekend. So I guess another way to look at it is 35 weekends is 70 shifts because there's 2 per weekend, and we only did 28 calls. So essentially one call for every 3 shifts. So it's not a high volume. Looking at which day, Saturday or Sunday, is busier, interestingly enough, they're about this. They're identical, 14 and 14. And if you look at all the calls over the period of the week, we're very almost perfectly flat as far as no one day is significantly greater in call volume than the other. We have a little bit of what from a charting perspective, it's almost flat. So.
And you're cutting this in half. Why half?
Again, to keep some kind of coverage, because I think it is beneficial for permitting, for community involvement. We utilize the weekend coverage to have either representation or to fill a request for such events as the Easter egg hunt, Winterfest, those type of events. Some we want to be there to be a part of the community, and others, like the Easter egg hunt, we have had, at least in the 2 years that I've been here for that, had a request to have an EMT there in case somebody gets hurt or whatever, so the duty crew would just go over and essentially work from there for that period of time. If they have to leave, they know they have to leave to go on a call, but it kind of fills dual roles. It also allows for makeup trainings. We traditionally burn the brush pile at the transfer station at least once a month, so it takes care of that as well. So
I'm surprised that with 30 men, and I've heard previous times that people were anxious to work the callmen, and they thought that $16.20 an hour is pretty good, and wondered, why we didn't actually give them more. And I was going to suggest, if we were having one day or another, I would suggest Saturday morning, because I've heard people say that the one month that you didn't have someone there, that a person went down not realizing that they couldn't go in and get a permit on a Saturday morning. So to me, I think that to benefit our townspeople, it would be best to have it Saturday morning so that people could get their permits. But with 30 men, I'm amazed that some of them didn't want them.
Interestingly enough, Pat, it's the same half a dozen people consistently throughout the year. So it's not everybody that has an interest in doing it. Some want to be home with their families, some have weekend work schedules, whatever. But, you know, over the course of the year, and Deputy Travis handles all the scheduling and everything, so he certainly could attest to it, but it's the same half a dozen, I mean, Kevin can attest to it. It's the same half a dozen people that work, you know, the weekends. So it's not everybody. There are some that, and when Deputy Travis schedules a weekend, we have someone who's a driver of all the apparatus, and we have an EMT. So there are some people that have one or the other, or in some cases are neither. They're not an EMT, they're not a driver, and he does his best to, if we have somebody that's available that day that's not a driver or an EMT, that just holds fire certifications, schedule somebody who is a driver and an EMT so that, you know, we can get everybody or as many people as possible involved. And it's not always possible, and quite honestly, he spends a lot of time kind of working the pieces of that puzzle to get it to work. You know, but it's the same, you know, 6 to 8's probably even, you know, overboard with how many, you know, that are interested in working the weekends, so.
That is unusual.
Go ahead.
Chief, I know in your senior officer cadre, you have, I'll call it an officer on-call type thing, and you provide them with a stipend.
Yes.
Would it be cheaper for the town to have, I'll call it a firefighter on-call with a stipend type thing? In other words, you know that they're gonna be around the house, they're gonna be in town, I'll call it, and that they're the first responder to be called type thing if they gotta go out. Secondarily, it may be something that they could, if there's a request for a permit that gets issued or something like that, they can take care of that type of thing as well. I'm just wondering if it'd be easier with a hybrid system like that rather than.
I don't know. It's not something we've, you know, explored or put out to see what interest there would be there. It may be. It's certainly worth looking into. But I'm not in a position to say, yeah, it would work.
But remember, the premise for the on-call officer is to have, over the course of the weekend, to make sure you have an officer of the leadership group available to
Right,
go.
not to do physical.
They have to make decisions.
You know, that said, I mean, one of the things that Chief and I have talked about as we kicked around weekends actually is the point that you were alluding to, Frank, which actually I think gets to your point too, Pat. If we weren't available on weekends, what we had talked about was, you know, having a limited availability of that on-call person on a weekend to issue permits and the like.
Well, yeah, my only point was, I think it addresses a couple of the points, such as, you know, geez, there's nobody there at the station, I can't get a permit, and if they put up a, you know, call this phone number or whatever, and maybe somehow a system could be put in place where it's a constant phone number that trickles through to the person on call, that could be addressed by that person, just simply drive or whatever, go to their address, and you know what I'm saying, that type of thing.
Okay, I guess, just so that I'm clear, I took it more to be put a couple of firefighters on call, if you will, as the primary responders, similar to the on-call officer, and not necessarily staff the station. In other words, you're on call.
Yeah, I'm not proposing staff the station, but what I'm saying is, if somebody says, I'd like to get a permit this weekend, they don't have to go to the station necessarily to do that. If they get the permits at the house, they could go to the person's resident, check out what the situation is, and then go home.
They should be doing that Monday through Friday anyway.
Well, I guess in a situation where, you know, the on-call officer, if there was an extenuating circumstance in that regard, the on-call officer currently would handle that. As Jason mentioned, one of the things we had looked at, discussed, if we opt not to cover Sundays, we're going to cover Saturdays for the sake of discussion. Permits would be issued, and currently, right now, for the month of August, anybody who came in on Friday, and we did advertise it was on, I know it went out,
Facebook,
the webpage.
And it's on your phone messages.
And permits were issued on Friday for the weekend. Obviously, if we staff Saturday or Sunday, assuming we staff Saturday, the permit would be issued for Saturday and Sunday if somebody came in.
I'm just making a suggestion, as far as if you feel that it's already taken care of for the permits, that's fine. The other side of the coin is maybe you have somebody who's, as I said before, and as you assumed I was saying, an on-call firefighter, first responder, whatever you want to call it.
Well, that's what the officer's doing, though. The officer is the
Well,
first responder.
I took it more as an actual crew, so
Yeah,
we
yeah.
could guarantee that a truck is gonna get out with an adequate crew. And honestly, we haven't run into that situation, that we haven't. The calls have been covered, and as a matter of fact, again, when you look at all of our incidents year-to-date, we have an average of 6 members respond to every call. Now, some it's 2. During the day, often it's just the 2 full-time staff because either, guys aren't around or whatever. And then other calls, it's 22. But the average, when you run the statistical average, it's 6 per incident.
What's
So-
the standard deviation?
I'd have,
Kevin, you have a question?
The only question I had is where you're reducing it. I know you said you're not sure what day you're gonna assign it to. Are you still gonna keep it to a 6-hour? Or are you gonna? or don't
we've
you know?
kicked around some, split the hours between, reduce the hours daily, so both days are covered, or because again, since having those discussions have kind of better analyzed the data, when Jason and I started talking about that, I couldn't say Saturday's busy or Sunday. And when I ran it, it didn't make the decision any easier with 28 calls, 14 Saturday, 14 Sunday to say, which day do we cut?
It sounds like if
Yeah.
you're looking to service the community in the sense of people coming to the station, Saturday's probably the better day. 'Cause it's
I think
more-
Saturday on the permit end of it
Yeah,
is
that was-
definitely the busier day.
That was kind of my,
As far as calls
Got it.
go, you're right, it's probably a flip of the coin.
Yeah, we looked at time distribution, it didn't help us.
well, I mean, just looking at,
Clear-cut decision.
just looking at the 28 calls real quick, again, it's fairly, five runs in the 8 o'clock hour, 3 in the 9 o'clock hour, 6 or 7 in the noontime. Noontime seems to have, I think, 8 being the most out of the 20. So again, but it's fairly flat. There's no,
How many of those were
Mrs.
medical calls?
Ms. Jewett, 1 second, please. Brent, go ahead, please.
Just, are you, as the fire chief and the command staff, comfortable that you can handle all of the eventualities in the situation you're proposing here?
yes.
Then I think it's incumbent upon us to allow the chief and the staff to handle it the best way they seem, and the flexibility to adjust if they find that it's not working.
Yep.
I think that it's just important to move on and let them take care of that.
But I think it's important that we also address the budget.
I think we're
we
addressing, we're allowing them to.
We
they made a
are
decision.
allowing
Yeah, they-
them flexibility.
we're accepting the fact he's willing to reduce his hours
Right.
because he feels that it's more cost effective, but let him decide how he uses those hours to make the
Right.
coverage. Mrs. Jewett, your question?
Out of those 28 calls, how many were medical calls?
Probably all of them.
14.
14. That's 50%. Boy,
I was gonna say it was gonna
we
be
don't have
20,
a
but
healthy town.
Actually, I would have thought it'd be higher. 14
that's not
out of 28 is
Yeah,
low.
I'm right with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always say, it seems like 90%
Yeah, I was
of the
gonna say,
calls.
like,
are-
24 of them would have been.
And I did run those numbers a while back. On a national level, fire-based EMS, the numbers are in the mid to high 70% of all calls. In other words, of all the fire departments in the country that run an ambulance, between 75 and 80% of their calls, their emergency requests for service, are medical. We're down in the mid to 66, 67, I think it was, which I was very surprised. Same thing, it seems like everything's a medical, but statistically, when I ran the numbers a month or two ago, we were lower than I expected, so. And this kind of correlates that, out of 28, 14 were medical, so, 14 weren't. And they range, power line down, mutual aid, for building fire, carbon monoxide incident, public service, check and control burn, on a non-permitted burn. Motor vehicle accident counts as a medical in regards to your question because it was injuries. One false alarm. And
If we had our
one
own
unintentional
ambulance,
alarm.
we'd probably be having 75 or 85%.
no, because we go on all medical calls. We respond to any medical call with the Hudson ambulance. So we wouldn't see an increase just if we had an ambulance, because we're already going to the call anyway with our rescue.
Yeah, you're not
And our
seeing
medical
people call
personnel.
private ambulance to pick them up. They're
No.
calling-
Can't imagine some of those calls, boy.
So,
All right, let's move on to fire inspector.
Fire inspector unchanged. The firefighter overtime
I'd like
line,
to talk about fire inspector.
Sure, go ahead.
Can you describe, Chief, what the inspections are that the fire department performs?
most of what he's doing is plans review for various projects, the Wilson Barn, the church, Nightmare New England's, recent changes that they've made. He does go out and do place of assembly inspections to the extent that he can in the evening, because he works typically in the evening. If he can't, then he'll if need be, make arrangements to do it during the daytime, or he'll have Captain Nickel assist him with a daytime inspection, or myself.
So it's not inspections for things like gas installations and stuff like that, or?
No, I believe Kevin
No,
does.
no,
Kevin does
Kevin
gas.
does.
Kevin
the,
does gas
Yeah, that's
inspection.
Yeah.
code.
Yeah.
That's code
Is this
enforcement.
anything that Kevin Lynch could do the inspections under the directions of the fire department?
I would train, I mean, I'm not gonna say
Provided
no,
he's trained?
but,
Because this is something I want to discuss during we get to the code enforcement section, because there's been a significant decrease in the amount of work or the amount of permits and stuff that have gone down, and I'm wondering if we can utilize Kevin's time that technically should be spare time to be able to do some of this,
I guess the question is, do you know other departments that use a building inspector to do fire inspections? I always thought it was a fire department.
actually, the trend is to consult, Hudson just went through it, and essentially Hudson's, I believe they call it inspectional services, is now under the fire department. Bedford, the building inspectors work for the fire, under the fire
So they
chief.
move over to the fire department.
Everything, yeah, everything is moving,
Merrimack.
Dover, Merrimack,
Well, those-
Dover,
those are the same thing.
anything that's been done, the whole division was moved into the fire department, as a division of the fire department.
Under a previous fire administration in this town, it was proposed that
So, yes, it could, the answer to your question is, yes, it could be done. It's not an overnight change, though. The other side that, you know, I don't want to just focus on inspection, the other side of this that the inspector does is our investigations. So when we had the fire 2 weeks ago up here on Charles Bancroft, you know, I called him at 9:30 at night and said, "What are you doing? Because I need you to come in." And, you know, he spent almost 4 hours, you know, handling the investigation, the reports, the reporting for it, you know, even the media release, so.
So if we were to plan on having Kevin do this, could we drop this down to, say, $1,000 with the intention that 1,000 would be used for your inspection, when I say inspection, your investigational services that you would need from this individual?
It's possible. The only thing would be trying to find somebody who, you know, is gonna be available at our beck and call once, twice, 3 times a year. I mean, worst case, we can rely on the fire marshal's office, but in this case, quite honestly, you know, it wasn't in any way considered suspicious, you know, and all we're doing is passing a work burden to a state agency, you know. And they, quite honestly, they may not have even.
For a change?
Well, no, I mean, they may not have even come out that night. They may have just said, sit on it till morning, and we'll be out at 8:15 tomorrow morning,
That's why I
so.
was talking of $1,000 with the idea that you give this person a certain.
And I guess my only concern with that is finding somebody that's willing to do that,
Be on-
that
be on
has,
call, not consistent.
that to be on call, that has the skill set to be able to do that.
because fire inspection and investigation are separate certifications also. So you need
Yeah, I was
to
gonna ask
have
the question.
someone, they are separate certifications.
they're-
And what would, if we were to say Kevin would take on that responsibility, he would have to get those certifications. He doesn't have them already.
On the inspection side, yeah,
Yeah.
and same on the investigation side.
And do we know what certifications Kevin even holds?
No.
I know he's in here later, so obviously.
Right, yeah, I mean, we're a little cart before the horse here on that.
Yeah.
I mean, he,
Yeah.
But that would move the building department under the fire department.
Only for this function, or if you wanted to, I don't have a problem either way, but I'm just, was the assumption that for these types of fire inspections, that it would be,
Just part of the building department being done.
well, be part of the building department, but also reportable to the chief. I'm not proposing that the chief just goes hands-off on the thing. I think the chief has to stay in control to an extent.
Well, by statute, I'm the authority having jurisdiction. I'd have to delegate that authority
Right.
and,
Mhm.
the board would have to actually agree to that and so forth.
Okay.
And in any community that they've done that, Merrimack, Dover, they've just moved the whole thing under the fire department, so. And I'm not advocating one way or the other, but that's the trend is to do that, so.
And I personally don't have a problem with that either. The only thing we can't delegate is the code enforcement, so.
Right. Okay.
So
Food for thought.
do we want to make a motion now in terms of reducing that, or?
No,
Why?
I think we need to talk to Kevin about it first, and I think we need to figure out if it's gonna be.
right, and
something
that's not an
workable.
easy, I mean,
Yeah.
it's easy on paper and it's easy with money. It's not an easy, overnight transition.
Well, if Kevin doesn't have the certification, what would it take Kevin to get the certifications?
Right, I mean,
And
it's
by the way,
not
is Kevin
silly.
even willing to get the certifications?
Right.
I mean,
This
I mean, I
has to
think
be a
it-
conversation that has to be had first.
Yeah.
Before any motion gets.
Gotcha.
I guess I'm not opposed to researching and looking into it and, something maybe for next year. But I think to try and make that change at the 11th hour for 2014, is gonna tie our hands.
I think we can work on it during 2013 and 14, so.
Oh, no, I fully agree with you. But I think to cut the 14 budget right now without having put some time and due diligence into that concept, is gonna limit our ability to continue what we've been doing and meet, I know with Steven, once a week, plans come in, I can assure the submitter of the plans are gonna get reviewed Wednesday night, Thursday, whatever night he works. And he does, he'll follow up with, via email or phone calls with, fire alarm technicians, sprinkler technicians, whatever, architects on those plans, and I can count on that because he has set weekly hours.
all right. You wanna make a motion, you certainly can do that, otherwise let's move on.
I'll make a motion that we decrease line 129 to $1,000.
Do I have a second to reduce line 129 to $1,000? Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
I would like to see it, how it worked before I vote on
Are
it.
you going to second it?
No.
Okay, motion fails with lack of second. Let's move on. Line 140,
Overtime reflects a correction. Again, we dialed back a little far last year, basing it on 10 hours. Realistically, the average ends up being about 12 hours. So we have an increase there, and again, part of this too contains the increase that's based on movement through the wage scale.
question about the overtime hours. I know we captured overtime hours for training and stuff like that for the full-time officers. I believe we did anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I took the 8 hours.
So what makes up these 12 hours? I certainly get that there's shifts over, a call comes in, that's covered, that's part of it. But what kind of duties are these guys what kind of duties are these guys dealing with in those overtime hours?
Some of that is, Captain Nickel is by virtue of his position within the on-call rotation. So he will handle calls when he's the on-call officer. We've had, a couple of incidents where we've gone well beyond the 8 to 4 hours. Page Road, Charles Bancroft, they come back for significant incidents. That's pretty much the bulk, it's incidents, it's the occasional calls that do go over the hour, stuff like that, so.
That's 12 hours overtime per month, not per week, so, okay.
Correct, yeah. There's weeks it's 0, there's some weeks it's 6, 7, 8. So it balances, the average is about 4 hours.
Jason, is this overtime, premium, or straight hours plus premium?
Straight hours, it's premium.
It's traditional overtime, it's time and a half.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's premium?
A lot of times companies, and sometimes it'll be booked where you put the straight time into the salary line or into the line, and then you put the premium, the half time into a separate line.
Oh.
Can't do that in government finance.
No, this is their actual,
Any way you
this
want
is,
in
this is their,
government finance.
Time and a half, right?
this is their actual time and a half rate.
Right.
Yeah.
If 40 hours is within, okay.
That was the answer that he gave me.
Okay. Anything else on,
Quick question.
Yep.
With the officers, is it a 7-week rotation or a 6-week rotation? Do all the officers participate in that?
With the exception of Deputy Allard, whose schedule is, just not conducive, and he will cover voids, he will fill in for people, so it's, 4, 5, 6 officers, so they rotate daily, so Monday through Friday, it goes right down, and then whoever has Friday has the weekend, and then they don't have anything the next week, so it's a 6-day cycle.
and Kevin, you're asking related to the stipend? You said on call. I'm not sure what the officers came into play here.
Because it's the officers who rotate, and Captain
Right.
Nichols in that rotation.
Oh, yeah.
So in other words, if we pulled him
So I was
out,
asking, so every sixth day, he, I don't want to say qualifies for overtime, but that potential
He
of
has the
overtime
potential.
is there, so.
Potential, yeah.
Yeah.
And the officers that go and get the stipend and get the on-call, they get their regular pay. It's just
if they
regular
go on an incident, yeah. So he, any one of them can be on, from Sunday to Wednesday this past week, there was an officer on call who got the stipend, but there were no calls, so they didn't turn a wheel during that time frame. Or it can be like Thursday, the on-call was out 3 times between 4 o'clock in the afternoon and 8 o'clock the next morning. So,
In terms of this increase of $2,500, how much of that is due to one incident or 1 or 2 incidents? In other words, you're raising it because the total line went over, but I'm wondering if it's only 1 incident or 2
Well,
incidents.
last year, we based it, the assumption on an average of 10 hours a month. And, what we find, and honestly, it is basically just in terms of the duration of incidents. When you look at the weekly transactions here, they're relatively low, and I can go back and tell you each of the major incidents because, you go from a week of 45.92, which is like 1 hour of overtime, to $611, $643, $920, then you drop back. So it's all in the sort of the timing of the incident. So we looked at where we were and said that average of 10 is pretty low. And it seems to be the average of 12 catches the routine stuff and probably one more big incident over the course of the year.
Doesn't answer my
I
question.
know. Well, tell me how many fires we're going to have next year and when they happen. That's what we're trying to gauge.
I'm asking how many fires we had this year and into last year. In other words, you're making an increase of 2,500. I'm trying to see, based upon data that you've already got, how many incidents is that? Is it only 1 or 2 incidents that drove the number of hours of overtime up, or is it across the board? That's
So
what
when
I'm
you
trying to
look at,
understand.
the regular hours, the weekday hours that are covered, how many instances do we have for this year so far?
during the 8 to 4,
Yeah. And then if you have the numbers for last year.
I have it, but I don't have it by actual number of percentage, I have it by day. So for example, on Monday, 15 of, and this is from January 1 to the end of August. On a Monday, 15 calls during the day, 33 at night. Tuesday, 20 during the day, 26 at night. Wednesday, 19 and 28. Thursday, 26 and 29. Friday, 16 and 22.
And those are total calls for those days for the year, or from January
For the first 8 months. Yeah, between day and night, 8 to 4 and 4 to 8.
And last year, you have those numbers?
I don't.
I have one more question, if I may.
Yep, go ahead.
On those 12 hours, a month, is that 12 hours for each of them, or total?
That's a total of 12.
So in a sense, each of those guys, if you break that down at 12 hours a month, they're guaranteed,
No guarantees.
no guarantees, but I'm just saying, but they're automatically guaranteed 8 hours a month based
No,
on,
that's not right. They're not
based on training,
guaranteed.
they are.
No, the training
No,
hours are
that's-
part of the
Training separate, but I'm just
yeah.
saying, I'm just
Oh,
trying
yeah,
to tally it together. So they're guaranteed 8 hours a month through training, and then possibility of 12 above that. So which would put possibility of 20 hours a month, correct?
No, it's 12 hours total, so it would be,
So 14
divided by
hours.
2, it'd be 6 hours each,
So 14 hours.
if you will.
Just trying to understand it.
Yeah.
So,
And you know, I guess it,
you know, when you calculate that, and you calculate the money at $45 an hour, it's a lot of money, so,
Well, it's been like that since 1985, so it's certainly nothing new.
I think it bears, it does, you know, bear saying that, obviously one full-timer lives in town, one does not. And, you know, as far as any concern for guarantee, there is no concern for guarantee. There is also no restriction on them from coming back for any type of call. And I can very honestly and candidly say that there is no, you know, I'm gonna run in for that automatic alarm. The in-town officer, the in-town member is, I think, uses very, very good discretion about what he should go to, what he should not. If it's in a medical in his neighborhood, he's gonna go. I don't have an issue with that. I would want him, if it were my house, I would want him coming. You know, honestly, I probably count on one hand the number of times that the out-of-town full-time employee has come back. You know,
Well, didn't
it's
the
a
town
significant.
contribute towards the degree of paramedicine, and certainly if town's gonna pay that, it certainly would like to use the
Correct.
services at any time.
and I think the
So-
residents pay for that through their taxes to have us
Exactly.
there, so.
So,
You know, I certainly, you know, without putting some type of restriction, which I certainly would not advocate for or even, you know, support, you know, there is a degree of overtime that's gonna be there. You know, it's managed, we have, you know, routine discussions about it, and I can tell you that there are many times that, they come back from a call at 4:15, 4:20, 4:30, and don't put in for it. You know, it's a give and take, it's part of employee relations that, you know, they're two very dedicated employees, and you know, they don't abuse the system, and, you know,
Well, again, and
I'm not
it put-
inclined to, you know,
alluding to what the town administrator said, if you could guarantee that you knew what time the calls were coming in, when they were coming in, and how many you're gonna get, then it would be a moot issue.
Well, and you know, and this
And you
year has
can't.
been a more intensive year than last year. I mean, looking quickly at the week by week overtime allocations last year and this year, I see, you know, last year there were about 3 or 4 that kind of flagged my eye as, hey, that was an incident week, right? I got 7 so far when I look at the list now that stand out as, hey, that was an incident week, and we're in September. So
I mean,
that's what we're up against.
the incident we had on Page Road, which ultimately was a, you know, fatal fire, that was a 10-hour incident.
It's
Yeah,
you know,
cheap.
so
My question was only directed towards, are we only seeing a couple of those? And we're upping the budget where we should be leaving it flat, that's all I'm asking.
Well, and I think a part of that, if I recall, and I don't have it on my printout, you might have it, is part of that increase is an actual correction of actual rate as well as hours. So it's not solely based on increase of hours. It's attributed to correcting the overtime rate based upon movement through the pay scale.
Basically, yeah.
So,
Okay, anything else on overtime? Moving to overtime training?
Training is, the change there is the movement through the pay scale.
So just the same hours?
You're right.
Same hourly rate, yeah.
This is, I think, the first department we've seen when we get to line 341, the telephone line. In general, you're gonna see what we're proposing at the moment, everything is being flat. As you know, we've made a bunch of changes very recently in phone system, internet service, and we rewrote all the wireless contracts. So until the dust settles on that and we get a month or two of new billing under our belts, I haven't gone to maneuver anything in any of those numbers because, all we have are vendor estimates right now. We don't have real basis. So expect, like we do with gas and health, we'll go back and tweak those numbers. The computer software contracts, the adjustment here is the annual service cost for I Am Responding. That's the text notification system we use. We put a placeholder number in last year. The 875 is a real number based on our contract and billing that we saw once we entered into that this year.
Can you explain what that software is?
That is the software that when a tone and correct me if I'm mangling this, Chief, but
I can take it if you want, I mean, if that helps.
It was a good test to see how well I know it.
The I Am Responding program, basically a text message is generated every time we have an incident by Hudson Fire Alarm. When they dispatch a call, a text message is generated. It goes to I Am Responding. I Am Responding turns around and distributes that to all of our staff. It also allows us to put scheduling, and then the staff can call in. It's a backup to our traditional paging system. It has been very well received because it really, there's no limit. As long as you have cellular service, you're going to get notification of an incident. As
like e-dispatch?
Same thing. It's a less expensive version of e-dispatch. So. The other features that it allows, there's a number or on a smartphone, an application that you can just press a button that says you're responding to the station, to the scene. So no matter where I am, I can, as soon as a call comes in, jump on my phone and I can see if adequate response is being handled. The same Hudson Fire Alarm has it right up there on a computer screen, so they can look. If they don't see, people responding, they can notify the on-call officer, you've got nobody responding yet, or, do you want a retone? It allows us, and we actually haven't even rewritten the retone policy because we haven't had a need to. It's been there. The on-call officer can, as they're leaving the house, they can look at their phone and see what they've got responding and who can start to formulate their strategy and tactics.
Is it possible then that we can, and I don't know if you've done this in the budget, eliminate the pages then?
No, we can't.
Why is that?
That because the text messaging, that type of, is not considered a primary form of
It's not guaranteed.
notification.
And not everyone has a smartphone.
Right. You'll still get a text message to a
We don't have pager costs. We have the equipment because we do it over the two-way radio. We don't pay a paging company. We already
Right,
own the assets.
we maintain the pagers, we have to replace them from time to time, but under the NFPA and ISO requirements, the phone systems are not considered a primary means of notification.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
With that, are we bound with contract with Hudson for that, or is that just something that
What do you-
as far as they initiate the page?
Well, it's automatic, it's done by their IMC, their dispatching program does it automatically. There's no human intervention. It's programmed into the system. As soon as they hit enter on the keyboard for the call, to generate the call in the system, it automatically sends the
So
text
when
message.
we have a problem with that, who is responsible? Is Hudson responsible to get it back up, or is it that our responsibility?
We have not had an issue with I Am Responding.
Yeah.
We have been working through issues with, they have been working through issues with their system, getting their,
The text to generate.
the text message getting hung up in security features. Help me out here, virus, so when it goes down, basically when it goes down, because there are times it's gone down, myself or one of the chiefs will call down and say, can you initiate a ticket to have the system rebooted through their IT department? The town of Hudson's IT manages the whole computer system for the fire department. So, but they also have the ability, and the dispatchers are very good about, I mean, the last couple of times I've had to call to say, hey, that didn't go out, the dispatcher said, yep, I just noticed that, because they'll actually look at the monitor to see if the call kicks up on the monitor, because there's a running list of calls on the monitor. The other thing this program does is allows us to actually show and display, again, to anybody with a smartphone that's within the system, what trucks are in service, what trucks out, who's working, who's scheduled, who's on call. So there's a lot of features to this system that have been a great asset, so.
Who owns that? Do we own that, or does Hudson own that? The program?
I am responding. We have a contract with the I am responding company.
Okay.
They provide basically a 1-800 number and an email address under that contract that Hudson plugs into the system, and then we use to call that.
So next question, is Hudson sharing that program with us? Are they using that in their town?
No, they're not
So it's
using it.
strictly us?
Yep.
Okay.
The Motorola licensing, is that reduced because we paid for it already, or is that something we're discontinuing? Motorola programming license.
Every so often, they update the software, and if we don't have a maintenance contract, then we have to, so the mobile radios that we acquired from the state, 2003, 4, somewhere in that area, that software, they're not even supporting those radios anymore. It's outside there. So that software is not going to be, we have the last and final edition. The portables, they do occasionally, but our current contract is still good.
Okay.
And they're reaching their end of life span too, so that software is not going to, which means at some point we're gonna have to start looking at the next model version of radios, so.
Okay. Any other questions on software contracts? Dispatch services?
I've kept that unchanged.
I have a question.
Sure. Go ahead.
Chief, how much of this could be transferred in-house to the police department, provided that we were able to set them up to do the tones and all of that type of stuff?
Dispatching?
Well, there's more to it than just the dispatching. There's the fire alarm panels that have to get moved here. There's a
Yeah,
whole bunch of stuff.
I can't, could it be done? It could be done. What's it gonna take? I'm not in a position right now to answer that. I'd have to do some research. But you'd have to-
There's an equipment cost.
There's a huge quick, because
huge
all the
cost
fire alarms
associated with
runs
this,
that
right?
run over to Hudson now would have to get re-terminated back here.
You'd have to have redundancy,
Yeah.
anyway, because this isn't a 24 hours. So I mean,
No, I understand.
there'd be a significant capital cost to set it up
Okay.
for what period, 16 hours a
Were you on the
day.
board, Frank, when we looked at this before?
Yeah, I thought you were.
I thought you were on the board.
I don't know what
When
time,
they were
when
at,
was it
they
looked at
asked,
before?
I got a cost years ago to do that, and it was prohibitive, and, especially because they do not have 24-hour coverage. Not only the equipment cost was prohibitive, but the personnel cost was.
Well, just, equipment, facility, that's not, you would have to have two dispatchers potentially at certain times of the day. That wouldn't adequately support it anyway.
This price is a steal.
I would agree.
An absolute steal.
Yeah.
A town of half your size pays $30,000 a year to Concord Dispatch Center. 32,000, I'm sorry, our new budget. $32,000 for the regional dispatch center. This is a steal. Take it and run.
Just looking, I can only say it would take years to pay off the cost of doing that.
Okay, thank you.
At $6,600 a year.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Pre-employment screening?
Pre-employment screening, needed to adjust the base for pre-employment physical, based on what our experience has been this year and ensuring that people have appropriate, Hep B.
Yeah, the hepatitis series, we're actually required because they're exposed to the potential for bloodborne pathogens. We're required to offer that. They don't have to take it, but we're required to offer that, as well as TB screening. And the HEP series is $98 a shot. It's a 3-shot series.
Is there an opportunity just to take this line and even the pre-employment screening for the PD and roll it into administration, just to have it as a flat? Because, I mean, are we looking at 5 new employees next year?
Well, this is something that was just started this year. We didn't do anything prior. We did not do any type of physicals or medical screening prior to 2013.
But it,
We did do 5 physicals this year. Are we gonna do full 5 next year? I can tell you we're gonna do at least 3.
right, but that's my point. I know.
I think
throughout
5
the
is a
town-
reasonable balanced number.
I think throughout the town, I think there's potential of having some pre-employment being done. Can we take this line and move it out of individual departments and pool it into a single, either an HR or whatever, as pre-employment, and cover the requirements for each department? But it would be less, because there's not gonna be 5 here and 5 in PD. It's probably gonna be more like 5 across the town, and instead of carrying 5 and 5 or whatever it is.
But you've only got 2 departments that you're gonna be combining together, that would be police and fire.
Right, but police,
So,
it still would
Well,
save
that's
money.
true. If you've only got 2 though, John, why?
Well, then the question is do we fund for 5, or do we fund for 3, or fund for 2, you know?
Well, the chief's saying that 5 he thinks is the right.
Yeah,
number.
I mean, we did 5 this year. I mean, we just did the 5th one a month ago.
Right,
Yeah.
but we brought on 5 call firefighters,
Right.
that's
And,
understood.
and I have one that has unfortunately since left due to changes in his personal life and inability to make the commitment. I got an email last night from another member who has had some changes and wants to step back. So, you know, through the course of the year, yeah, we're probably gonna see at least 3, if not 5, so.
Okay.
These same people that are leaving because of reasons of their own, personal or whatever, I notice when I look at the sheet for the call firefighters, time after time after time, there are same, I could almost say 3 or 4 that I pick out right away and say, wow, he hasn't been to any practices at all. We're paying good money for those speakers and work session people. I think it's sad that we don't take advantage of them, you know.
If they don't go, they don't get paid.
And they do get paid while they're training. I mean, it
Yeah,
isn't like they're
yes,
coming.
I'm not sure,
Well, like when they come into a training night, like those Wednesday night ones,
yeah.
I noticed that some of them have missed time after time after time. And out of, say, 30, you might have 18. That's not a good amount.
Well,
Maybe
I-
20, but there's very seldom, there's many more than 20. There's some that never come. And I realize because of their age and if they're a full-time firefighter in another town, I don't think they probably have to come here, I don't know, but.
Well, in regards to attendance, we have a policy on attendance for trainings as well as for actual call response. And when I put the training number together for training wages, I actually looked at attendance for the history for this year, and the average is 30 members attending training over the course of the year. Now, some trainings are EMS or medical training, which not everybody is an EMT, so therefore they don't have to go. The third Wednesday is our EMT refresher program. Now, having 21, I think, EMTs, they need to go. They need to get so many hours over the course of their 2-year certification. But a non-EMT does not need to go to that training. So I'm not sure if that's what you're seeing, Pat, or we do have some people that yeah, they have, and we address that on an individual basis if they're not attending training. But, you know, summer months can be hard because people have vacations. We recognize that, we realize that, we make adjustments as necessary, but for the most part, I think actually, my personal opinion, training attendance is actually very good. I've seen it worse in other organizations, so I'm not sure if I answered your question or not, or if I understood the question.
20 out of 30, that's 1/3 that aren't there.
But they don't need to be there. That's my point is they don't need to be there. If we're talking a medical training, they're not EMTs, they don't need to be at.
Okay.
And as much as I'd love for them to have it, it's really an unreasonable expenditure to have somebody who's not an EMT sit through. There are certain things that firefighters who are not EMTs have to go to medical training. For example, bloodborne pathogens. We're required by law, by labor law, to ensure that everybody who can potentially be exposed, and every firefighter can go to a car accident, therefore, they can be exposed to bloodborne pathogens. We have to ensure they get annual refresher training. So in that case, we did that, I think, in March. Everybody had to go to that. But in April, when we're talking about, airway management and stuff like that, only the EMTs need to go. So that training, that one training a month, only the EMTs need to attend. So you're not gonna see 30 people at that training. You're gonna see at most 20 or 21, however many EMTs. Now, some of our EMTs who work for other fire departments or ambulance services get that through their full-time job and therefore don't need to come. But as far as general fire training, when I did the numbers, I was pleasantly surprised by, I thought it was gonna be a little less, and in fact, it was more, so.
How about, do our call firemen all live in town? I noticed when you're sending out their checks for their pay, you had one from Bedford and one from maybe Nashua or Manchester, I'm not sure.
All of the, I don't
I
have
thought
a
that was
roster
a
right in front of me, so we have per diem members who live out of town, who fill in weekdays and when the full-time staff is off, if call members can't. They don't live in town. But our call members, I think all the, help me if I'm missing one here, but I'm pretty certain all of the call members live in town.
Like you said, they're per diem.
The per diems live out of town.
Why do you have them? Why don't you have some of our firemen that work nights on a job?
We do.
Mrs.
That would
Stewart,
like it.
what budget item are we talking about? Because we seem to be off topic now.
Police fire department, period.
I understand fire department, but we're, call members living in town, not living in town, per diem members not living,
Yeah.
what line are we
Well,
talking
mainly
about?
Callman I was asking about.
So it sounds like all call members live in town.
Yeah.
And we have talked about it, and we'll hold it to a mile or so outside of town if we needed to, but we haven't had to go to that route.
Right, historically, over the years, if you lived in a bordering town and were within a certain amount of time,
Right.
then you were hired, if you were qualified.
All right, moving on, I think we left off at 391, instructor services.
Do you want to speak, Chief, to the monthly training contract program? Because that is the change.
Yep, that's
in
pretty
this
much the
line.
increase. Like we did last year with our EMS training, we've had an ongoing fire training twice a month. It has bounced between, in the time I've been here, 3 different people. It's basically something, it takes a lot more time than any one member of the call department can handle. Historically, it's been, for the most part, the newly promoted officer or the junior officer, if you will, kind of gets it by default. Just to coordinate, set up, it's unreasonable in this day and age to expect somebody to do that just because they've been promoted to an officer. So I have proposed, we've gone out, got some pricing, as we did with EMS, to bring an outside company in to handle it, to do all the planning, preparation, and presentation, to bring a company in to do that training starting next year for fire as well. It's been a phenomenal success and highly regarded on the EMS side. So I am proposing to do that on the fire side next year.
Fireside chats.
Fireside chats, yeah, I wish.
I do have a question. Is the EMT research and continuing ed part of the same type of a program where somebody comes in?
Yes.
Or is that done internal to the department somehow?
The line right above it, the EMT recertification and Con Ed, is we hire a company annually to come in and provide that training. They also, one of the benefits to that is they do several other agencies, so it allows, if you can't make the 3rd Wednesday here, you can go to Bedford twice a month, you can go to Merrimack 4 times a month, Pelham, and there's one other community. So you can go, and when we enter into that agreement with the company, we kind of informally agree that we'll welcome anybody from one of those agencies to our Wednesday night training, and likewise, we can send, our guys can go there, so. And I don't think it's quite as common, but we could certainly, do something similar with the fireside.
Any other questions around instructor services?
You wouldn't be able to do that with your job as chief?
I wish I had the time in the week to do it. I've done quite a bit of it to get it moving and coordinated several of the trainings. But again, I balance and juggle hours to get the other things that need to be done, so.
Had 6 officers couldn't do it, like take turns or something like that?
We've tried several different, we've tried actually a non-officer to do it. It's a struggle, and I cannot sit here and comfortably say that we can continue and maintain that interest in people going to training. I think we need to move it outside. They're gonna come in, they're gonna do everything for us, present it, and then provide the skill set for the second training so that the officers can take their crew out and actually apply what they learned in the first training, or
Isn't there a benefit here that you're getting certified trainers coming in?
it is what, yes.
Certified programs that can be made up in different locations
Yes.
that they
And the
miss.
quality's higher too,
And
right?
if the quality is
Yes,
much higher.
anybody that's coming in is a state certified instructor. They're providing, something that if you can't make it tonight, I have a check sheet to go through with you tomorrow and next week, where we don't currently have that.
Mr. Bork, you have a question?
So would it be, where our trainings are twice a month, so the first training would set us up for the second training? Would they
Yes.
be there on the second training or no?
Not necessarily. They may be for some, depending on what it is, but the idea is that they'll kind of do the groundwork, if you will, then provide the individual skill set or check sheets that will.
Do the following. Yeah. Okay.
You'll do as smaller, because one of the problems is, as you're probably aware, is when you have 30 people trying to complete a training, people fall through the cracks, people get left out, don't get to try something. So by doing a general overview and then breaking up into 4 smaller groups, you get much more closer supervision and make sure everybody is confident and competent in their skills. And that's what this would do.
Okay. Any more questions on instructor services? Moving on to electricity?
Electricity, our monthly average is a little higher than we had budgeted last year. We're averaging about 420 a month. That's what the budget increase there is. Station repairs and maintenance, we took out, this is one of the things we took out when we went to the default budget, was the exterior painting. We've put it back in. However, we've been able to put it back in at a lower rate because the plan here would be to work with the county prison program. So,
Right.
remember that has a flat $1,000 a week rate plus materials. So, this would anticipate not a full week, part of a week and materials. And we would anticipate, using them elsewhere for.
Jason,
Yeah.
not that I want to combine budgets or do anything like that, but would that also, if the town were to do the old town hall, roll into maybe you know what I'm saying?
I am.
That's a good idea.
I think one of the things, and I would tend to agree with that, is that, I wanted to show things, and I've done this a few places now because of the way we want to try to look at reductions and everything else. I think that this is a good example of something that it would be better for us to pick a number and say, hey, we're going to plan on 3 or 4 weeks of services, whatever it is, put it in one place. I agree. Because, the thing is, I've said I want to paint the building. We lock in a week. Now, as we've learned before, that will be the week it rains 5 days in a row and we can't paint. And then we maneuver them to another project. So yeah, I think that what I'd suggest is we hold it. When we do the cleanup, we'll pull them back and you guys pick a number of weeks and we'll put it like in general
Well, I
government
think we
buildings.
should pick weekend projects. And to your point, if we can't do painting outside, we can come in and do painting inside, let's say, or something like that,
Yeah, I mean, that's.
All I'm trying to say is, I'm thinking is if we're only gonna use 3 days out of a 5-day week that we're paying for,
Oh, don't worry.
Well,
We'll
we-
use all. We'll
Kind of
use.
sense to use.
Yeah. Let's use it in one place.
And maybe I don't want to say this, but
Chief, think before you speak.
Jack and Kevin and I have spoken on multiple occasions over the course of the last year or so about, no, the fire station's probably not it, but, the conversation with Jack has been, we're gonna pick a week, we'll get him here, and, this is what we're gonna do. So, I mean, we have had those very informal discussions, so I had no intention of just bringing him in. It was more or less, okay, we got a week, let's get him, here's what we're gonna do, and we'd
And
kind
here's
of
the
done
four
it at the
projects we
department
want
head
to
level type
Yep.
thing, so.
Okay.
And I guess I didn't realize it had changed to 1,000 a week, plus, my last experience was you just feed them lunch and they're good, so,
The county,
which was a lot cheaper than $1,000 a week.
the county basically says it's $1,000, you don't have to provide lunch and all of
Oh,
that.
that's even easier.
Yeah. No lunch now.
More,
so-
but less work, so.
Exactly.
But again, I guess to the point, we had kind of had at the department head level that informal discussion about, well, Jack's got this, Kevin's got this, I've got this. We wanted to make sure that we all weren't reaching out to them for, I want a week, and having 2 and 3 day weeks. We were gonna, coordinate our efforts, so.
All
I
right.
guess you didn't know about that, sorry.
Yeah, no. Oh no. No. I'm
Moving on, equipment rental?
Yeah, I'd say that the next major change that we have is under equipment repair and maintenance, line 630. We've dropped $3,000 out of that. In part, we've corrected a few numbers. The estimate for pump testing certification had been high, and obviously you may recall discussions we had earlier that we used to be carrying the $2,000 a year for the service contract on the monitors, defibrillators, and when we did the multi-year contract earlier this year, we said that's coming out. Well, here it's out, so that's where that's coming from. Fuel, again, we'll revisit fuel with pricing and gallons all at once for everyone.
Can I ask one question back on equipment maintenance? I'm sorry, Jason, I
Sure.
didn't know you were gonna jump ahead. Chief, you got a line here for SCBA flow testing and stuff, and I understand what it is. But my question really deals with your expressed desire to start replacing the backpacks because they're at the end of their service life. And I guess my question is, if you're gonna be replacing some of them next year, should we be dropping the maintenance line here because should be coming in? Or if you're gonna buy 20, and I'm just making up numbers now, and you're gonna get 5 next year type thing, should we be taking some portion of that maintenance for the SCBA's out of there because you're only gonna be dealing with 15 of them that you gotta do that work on?
In theory, yes. But
I'm not, I just making numbers.
I guess in that regard, I'm not looking to piecemeal the replacement. They're a piece of equipment that there is gonna be drastic changes, and to have, we either need to do, at a minimum, half of them or all of them, just because of the changes. I mean, we're not even gonna be replacing with the same manufacturer because the company that made the packs we have is no longer in business. So we're talking a complete manufacturing.
Was it Scott?
No, we have Survive Air, who is no longer in existence. They were bought out, acquired, I'm not really sure, by Honeywell. So they don't even make this air pack anymore. Honeywell has its version, so we can't even go out and buy a similar, looks like, one of the things that I had mentioned a week or so ago is we are, and I have a meeting this week with the other 5 towns. We are looking at a regional assistance to firefighters grant through FEMA to replace all of our air packs for the 6 communities, and they'd be all the same, whether it's Scott or MSA or any of the other vendors out there. Scott and MSA tend to be the 2 most common, but there are a couple other vendors out there as well. So we would do them all, and it would be across the 6 communities, plus whatever other communities wanted to get on board at the time. That roughly $190,000 expense for us, we would unless the government changes the cost share, the percentage, we would only have to pay 5% of that expense. The government would cover the rest, and we would replace all. So in that case,
$1,000, $8,500?
well, that's the thing that we're supposed to have from one of the vendors. This is a budget, a number to use for the grant budget. The government in last year's grant program, and again, the new grant criteria hasn't come out yet. It's out. There's a thing this week on what it is, what you can do. The government allowed $5,550 per air pack, no matter what vendor you bought. And then they allowed, I think it was $600 for a spare bottle, because every pack by standard has to have a spare bottle with it. So then whatever we do beyond that, and a pack is a bottle, the pack, if you will, the mask, regulator, and so forth. Typically, we issue a mask to each firefighter, so we would buy additional masks at roughly $300 a piece, so that there's a spare on each truck. That way each person's responsible, they're fit. One of the things we've just done this year, just did it this week as a matter of fact, is everybody has to be fit tested to the mask. And we found a lot of people didn't have the correct sizes and so forth. So that's why you issue a mask. That way they have the right size. They're not trying to find, a small when they really need a large or an extra large and so forth. So as far as from the 14 budget, I'm not proposing replacing air packs because I'm wagering on success of the grant. We have until the end of 2016, early 2017, when they hit their 15-year life expectancy on the bottles. So we have a little time. What I didn't want to do, and the reason I'm bringing it up at this point, and we're starting to work on it is a large expense. I don't want to be waiting until the 11th hour to start planning.
So I'm confused now. Your intention, if we get the grant, would be to replace the packs in 16 and not 14?
Well, if we get the grant if we get awarded the grant in July of next year, we have a year to expend that grant. So we could choose to do it in 2014, or we could choose to add the fund, that 5% cost share to the 2015 budget. Well, we have a year, from the time of the award, we have a year to expend those funds.
And the grants are awarded in July, you're saying? Or
They'll start reviewing the grant, the fiscal year,
the government fiscal year starts
14.
July 1.
That was October.
It's October.
Federal's October.
Federal's October,
Yep.
that's right.
So that FY14 AFG, or Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program, is kind of tentatively scheduled to open, it's supposed to be open already, in October. So we'll have a window to apply to do the lengthy grant process. We're doing it as a region in hopes of hitting higher priority, because we're looking at 6 communities. They'll have the same piece of equipment. Therefore, when we go into another community, we're interoperable, we're compatible, so on and so forth. If that grant could be awarded as early as December. It depends on when they've scheduled their review process to be completed and when they start. It could be next December.
I'm good to go.
I don't have any replacements in next year's budget, so we need
That's all I
to.
need to know. Thank you.
All right, we skipped over fuel, okay? So we're back to custodial maintenance supplies.
Unchanged. Vehicle repairs and maintenance, we reduced by 3,000. Again, I alluded earlier, we added some maintenance
staff.
hours, and, we've, the uniforms and
On vehicle repairs and maintenance,
Yep,
28,000, that's to cover
all of the,
just for the maintenance and repair, right?
Maintenance and repair.
Not to purchase.
no, not to purchase. Not to purchase. The uniforms and accessories, we restored the call company $100 a year for uniforms and accessories. We cut that back this year as part of the default budget adjustment. Next notable change you'll see is 760. Vehicle purchase, replacement of car 2,
60 or 40?
a 760. I'll let Chief speak to this as well. We're facing some challenges with continuing to use car 2.
The 1999 Explorer has seen better days. It's had kind of an ongoing issue, which was diagnosed as a timing chain on the backside of the motor. If it goes, it's not worth fixing. The cost is going to be prohibitive. Earlier this week, we actually sent it up to Warren's to get a true estimate of what it's going to need to pass inspection come next March. Warren was kind enough to write up a fairly lengthy estimate. Bottom line is $3,671.24 from what he can see right now for it to pass inspection next March.
It's a 13-year-old vehicle.
It's a 1999 with roughly 92,000 miles, and just for the sake of discussion, this morning I went on Kelly Blue Book and looked at the private party sale value, because that's always higher than trade-in. And if it were in excellent condition, which I'm pretty comfortable it's not, we would be likely to get $2,796 for it. So in
I know the chief who was,
poor condition, it's
When
worth
it came
$2,000. So we need to do something with that vehicle. I'm not at this point gonna say we need to replace it with a like vehicle. I think a more utility type vehicle would be better suited to the department, but something that allows us to put 2 to 3 to 4 firefighters and their gear in to send to a Fire 1, Fire 2, whatever type of training class that we can pile hose in after a fire, all those type of things.
And you do have talking of what, a lease purchase?
This we're looking at outright purchase. I mean, that's why I put the
So-
25 in. If you were to lease, obviously, you could drop that number down.
Right. The other question I was gonna ask is this possible if we're gonna do an outright purchase to do the movement into a warrant article?
That's what's proposed here.
Yeah, you'll see, yeah, we haven't gotten to the part 2 of the discussion is what does 5% off look like? But you know, this obviously is one of those big areas where it'd say, okay, you could, if you wanted to
Right.
get it out, you could stick it as an article. You know, alternatively, if you were going to lease it and you were buying other vehicles and other departments, we'd aggregate all the leases together. You'd still have a lease cost, but, you know, like, I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing a lease on just this vehicle, but if you're buying something else, you put them all
Well,
together.
what I'm thinking is, based upon what the chief had said a moment ago, if the police are, and going through the police budget at 5 o'clock this morning or 4:30 this morning, whatever time I decided to do my thing, and they're gonna be purchasing similar vehicle to what they
Right.
purchased before, and I'm not sure if that's what your thoughts are, chief. Would it make sense for them for us to get a similar type vehicle? Obviously without the blue lights, but
They have red lights.
I mean, that would work.
I don't
Would
know
it
if
be?
that's what you're thinking, that's why I'm saying.
Again, without, without running some real hard numbers, I'm leaning more towards, a extended cab 4-door pickup, with a cap or something that, again, no.
A 3/4 ton 4-door, right, I would assume, right?
Something that, I mean, we can,
I think the
4 people in 4 sets of gear can take it to a training in Concord, or we can bring it to a fire scene to throw a hose, throw gear in to bring back to the station, that type of thing,
I
so.
thought you were talking about like a SUV, that's why.
No, and I think that the thought around, when we go to do, if we purchase another police cruiser and have to purchase the fire, we link it together as one
Yeah.
lease versus having them separate or standing on their own. That's the savings part.
Yeah, well, there's a savings part, and actually, it will get to the point where our ability to access the bank financing for leasing,
On
I would actually probably need to put that in, because let's assume for a moment that, the 2 police cruisers by themselves, or 1 by itself, is not sufficient for the bank to write it.
Exactly.
So you'd pay a higher interest rate.
Right. Would it work? Yes. Is it
No, I
probably
thought
the
you were
ideal? Probably
I
not.
thought you were looking for something similar like what would be today called an SUV.
Yeah.
Back in the 1990s.
That would work, but I think
Explorer.
by looking at, the bigger picture, we could probably spend a little less on a different type of vehicle that would provide for more options.
All right, moving, if there's no more questions on the vehicle, moving on.
The 811, the seminars and conventions line, we reduced the number of expected hires going to Fire 1 to 3, but we added EMT certification to get some more of our members medically certified. So an overall increase in that of $950 after we move things around.
I have a question on that particular line, and I guess it goes back to a line that we saw at the top there where you were having people come in. That's only for recert and continuing ed for EMTs, so they wouldn't be able to take advantage to get their initial cert through that, right?
The previous line, correct.
Right.
This would be initial certification.
This line that we're looking
line
at
here.
now.
It's initial.
Yeah.
This line here would be their initial fire or, their Fire 1 certification or Fire 2. If they've already done Fire 1, they want to do Fire 2. Or their initial EMT, or and we had a case last year, actually 1, 2, I think. EMTI, or what's now advanced EMT, the next level up. So this is a formal certification program where the previous line was more continuing ed, in-house, that type of training.
So what this takes for proposed bottom line, what we've discussed here, is an increase over this past year's default budget of $35,000. Of course, as we've just talked about, 25,000 of the 35.
32,000 over what we originally proposed.
Right.
Okay.
Right, and 25 of that obviously is the vehicle. Now, in order to deal with the, what if we came in at the 5% below last year's Selectmen's recommended budget, which would be a bottom line of $478,625. Well, actually, why don't we go in reverse order since we've just been talking through some of these things. Under the seminars and conventions, postpone, the National Fire Academy training for the coming year. That would drop $1,500. We've talked about moving the vehicle in line 760. In 740, reducing the amount we would make available for equipment replacement and reducing some of the material we use to support training exercises. In protective gear, our plan is buying 6 sets of gear, and that this would defer that to 4 sets. The uniforms and accessories, reducing the call uniform allowance, and actually the chief has transferring his allowance to at least supplement a little bit more on the call line. Our first pass of that had a lower number in it. Cutting in half materials and supplies for community relations and fire prevention education. That was line 613. Up in line 149, the training overtime line. One of the things that we have charged to that line is the hours that our full-timers use for training, community training, CPR, first aid training. So in a reduction of that line, that's probably the item that would have to be deferred. Line 128, we spent a lot of time talking about kind of cutting the weekend coverage in half. This would eliminate it in its entirety. The training wages, reducing the line for what is unfortunately called miscellaneous trainers, but some of the supplemental trainings we'll do, driver and pump operator, instructor operator, reducing that from 5,000 to 3,500. Under the 120 line, the call firefighter line, one of the things that we break out for a total over the year of $1,575 is
third-person coverage, when we sometimes bring somebody in case of inclement weather, storms, knowing that we want to have somebody on site there, we would take that out and rely on regular call response. And the last piece would be reducing the chief's hours from 24 hours a week to 20 hours a week.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can I suggest, I mean, there's some things that I can buy off on and other things that I don't buy off on in terms of,
Me too.
so can I suggest maybe the board go through each of these, as Jason did, highlighted yellow, at least they show up on mine, highlighted
Yep.
in yellow sections at a time,
And agree or
and make a
disagree?
decision on.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. I want to make sure you have the survey of all of them.
Let's start at 110 though, chief salary reduction, from 36,956 to
Mr.
30.
Chairman, I'd propose that we do not reduce the chief's hours,
I agree.
unless the chief decides he wants to.
Reduce your hours.
Well, I mean, I'm the one, I came to Jason with that, he didn't come to me, and that was to meet a number. I mean, there's other areas that I really, I'll, you know, I'll live at 20 and get what I can done in 20, but there's other areas that we really,
I'd say
Can't
that we
cut.
want the chief to do personally the hours.
Oh,
I
so
agree.
is that gonna be a motion then? Or
You
just-
want it as a motion?
Why don't you just make
we just make
motions
it
I was
on
gonna say,
changes
make
to the
motions at
proposed?
the end.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Mr., on changes to the proposed, then I'd say we don't make a motion on the chiefs. Mr. Chairman, on line 120, at least on my spreadsheet, it's line 12, I don't know
Yep.
what it is, the 1575.
Yep.
I'd say that, I make a motion that we set that to zero.
I'll second.
I will too. So motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? And I just say, it's important to note that we would have that coverage if we had a FEMA event or something that would be there. If we needed it, we're gonna do it. Doesn't matter, it's gonna happen, but why, you know, I guess why fund it this way? It'll come out of it'll come out of the call firefighter wages at that point.
yeah, well,
If you need to cover station, you're gonna cover station, period. It doesn't matter. It's
Budget-
Especially in a
budget
major
weekend.
event, right?
Well,
Okay,
you
have
have
parking.
you have to do it.
you know, I'm not gonna sit here and say, no, I'm not gonna cover it, because there's gonna be a circumstance where, yeah, we really need to. But I think, you know, where we've identified where the expenses are going, this is an area that,
Did I zeroed it out already?
you know, has been cut back. You know, we utilized this particular line in early February of this year for that storm. You know,
Right, I mean,
and I don't think we did.
we
did
got
that
it back this year.
We've
I
had
mean,
times we haven't got it back. So I mean, there's got to be a little bit more of a hesitation to pull the trigger, if you will, on filling that.
The point being is that you have a bucket of wages. It would come out of wages, and you're not gonna, more than likely not gonna negate the total amount. So, all right. So, motion's made and seconded. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes 5-0-0.
On line 127, I do have a question that I'd like to query the chief on, if possible.
Sure.
You've got $3,500 as the reduction amount, or whatever, chief. What is it we're giving up for the, what is it, $1,500 difference?
That line kind of covers, we pay, we already budget to pay for the 200 hours of a fire one or an EMT starting next year. That line covers, other than certification trainings that, you know, myself or the deputies or the company officers feel is beneficial to an individual. It may be driver training, it may be.
Is it more individual training, that's what you're saying?
It is. It's more individual in the sense that, you know, right now we have a couple of members doing the emergency vehicle driver training program at 16 hours. It allows to kind of offset, you know, the time they're taking, and if it's during the day, during the week, and they're taking time off, that we can kind of help them with that.
What aren't we gonna get done if we go with 35?
We're just gonna reassess priorities on what, you know, what we're gonna provide, pay for. I mean, in some cases that, you know, some of them wanna do it no matter what, and they'll say, I'm not looking to get paid, I'm just, you know, either get covered by, you know, the town for the cost of the class, or in the case of a fire academy, if you're a non-affiliated student, you pay the full cost of the class. If you're, you know, I sign off that you're affiliated, then you pay like a third of the cost. We can get into whole issues with volunteering and not being, but basically, and the bottom line is, if we support the program, they're covered by the town for workers' comp and so forth. Whereas if they just go on their own and get hurt, they're not. And that's,
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that the Board of Selectmen adjust from $5,000 to $4,000.
Second it.
I have a motion and a second from 5 to 4. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 500. Next item.
I'm personally skipping, this is just me, I'm skipping the Saturday coverage and leaving that at 10 or
Yep,
whatever.
I'm fine with that.
I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'm skipping the overtime training firefighter.
Mhm.
Yes.
And where am I next?
6:13.
613 would be the other one. I don't know if that makes a difference.
I'll make a motion to reduce community relations to 250.
Okay, motion's made. Do I have a second?
Second it.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Abstained? Motion fails 230. So it stays at 500. Okay. Any other changes?
On uniforms, 680. Make a motion to reduce call company uniforms from 3,500 to 2,150.
Do I have a second?
Second for questioning. What is that allowing us with the 2,100? It was 5, so it was 700 a person.
Hmm?
The 2150 comes from what our target had been $100 per person. In the default budget, we reduced it to 75 per person. The 2150 came from reducing it to $50 per person, and then adding the chief's 400 back in. So it ends up being something just a little over $50. Little over $50. I didn't redo the math on
And
that.
that replaces any of their uniform dress.
well,
code.
yeah, I mean, historically, everybody kind of bought their own, did their own thing. We did a little bit, but there was no set programmer. So with this year's budget, we attempted to do an estimate of $100 a person, which barely gets a shirt, a pair of pants, and a belt. We did late 2011, brought a uniform company in, got everybody sized and fitted, and at least got everybody, for the most part, a pair of uniform pants, a collared shirt, and a golf shirt. This year, we expanded on the golf shirts and ordered T-shirts, because T-shirts hadn't been ordered. So that's kind of where, that's it.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstained? Motion passes 3-0.
The chairman on line 682 will make a motion to go from 15,000 to 10,000.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Motion fails with lack of second. Moving on.
On line 740, I'll make a motion to go from 10,000 to 7,500.
Do I have a second?
Second it.
Okay, motion's made and second. Discussion? Chief, if that gets lowered, do you anticipate anything that you know that could potentially need to be repaired that won't be covered?
You're talking that, just that first line, not, the 740 line is 18,000
Yeah, no,
proposed
I just-
from 21,
I'm just talking the first line.
the highway.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right, you're doing them, all right, I'm looking at the overall 740
Yeah,
line.
yeah.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
It's, we're moving it from 10,000 to 7,500, is what the motion is.
Can you live with that?
Can you?
For a year, well, yeah, I mean, we're gonna,
Okay.
That's all I want.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. 500.
On-target smoke. If we drop that, I'll call it simulation equipment, from 1,000 to 500, what will that do?
I think we can work with it. I mean, I can't say specifically it's gonna prevent us from doing this training or that training. Eliminating it all, we can't buy smoke for our smoke machines to do SCBA training. This is to buy stuff, to build props, to do different trainings, to purchase smoke for the, fluid for the smoke machine, that type of stuff. Again, we can kind of be creative with the new company to have them kind of take some of that if, as we negotiate that agreement, at least for the first year. I mean, I certainly, I think we can live with the 500.
I'll make a motion then, Mr. Chairman, to reduce from $1,000 to $500 for the, I'll call it simulation equipment.
I'll second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained, motion carries, and 500.
Mr. Chairman, on 760, I'll make a motion to take the purchase price for a vehicle out of the budget and put that into a warrant article.
Okay,
I'll second.
we got a tie. Motion's made by Mr. Byron, seconded by Mr. Bork. Discussion?
I just have an issue that historically, police and fire vehicles have been in the line item in the budget, and I would much prefer to see that broken out as a 3-year lease. Because once you remove it, now we're going against what we've historically done. And I understand what we're doing, and I agree, but I have an issue with the historical
Well,
process.
and I kind of share it. It's not historical. I just think this is an asset we already own. We need to replace it. It shouldn't
Right.
have to go it shouldn't have to go back in front of the voters again for approval to replace a vehicle we already own. But,
It goes back by going into the budget anyways.
no, that's true. But it should be represented in the budget because it's an asset we own. We're supposed to be taking care of our
I'm
assets.
only looking at it for consistency. So we do it with police cruisers, we don't put those as warrant. This is basically the same type of deal.
Mhm.
And
Didn't we used to carry a capital for vehicle equipment in the budget at one point in time?
Like a capital reserve?
No, I thought we used to carry a lease payment or something like that.
Oh, no, it did.
Yeah, it was
For
extra
years,
dollar.
fire department, always, the fire trucks,
Yeah.
lease payments were always in the line item.
Mhm.
They would go to warrant the first time for the purchase, and then the lease payment was in the budget line every year after for 5 years.
That was for a net new vehicle, though, not for a.
Well, it replaced the fire engines.
So we would still go. Then now you're confusing me because if we're going to go to the voters and say we need to replace a fire truck, isn't that the same argument?
That's exactly the reason I moved it to a warrant article. Because all the fire trucks went as warrant articles.
Correct me if I'm wrong,
But this is a
this
car.
line,
And the
This
police
isn't a
cars
fire
goes
truck.
along.
You do police cruisers in the line item.
But
This is like a vehicle, a small vehicle.
the
This
argument
isn't
of
a
the
fire
police-
truck.
I think with the cruisers, they use it every single day, right? I mean,
yeah, but it's
something
also
that
the
they
frontline
have-
vehicle. It's something they have to have.
Yeah.
We don't have bicycles for the PD.
Okay,
we
I
don't
mean,
have
I'm just concerned
wagons
that
for fire.
I don't want it to.
I mean, I would rather see it as a lease estimate versus a full capital, acquisition. But all right. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstained? Motion carries 410. Jason, I would ask you to pull the lease numbers for it, and let's look at it that way too. But
We
for
can come
now,
back and visit it. If
Right,
you want
well-
to put it in the
Sure.
lease, that's fine.
I think it's important to realize that the car has to get replaced, and we need to make
But
sure.
all I see is the 25,000 and I'm.
And I agree with you.
Yeah,
I
yeah, I
agree.
mean, if you were gonna lease,
I don't wanna do the total amount.
8,500
Right.
is the estimate I'd come back with.
Yeah.
So, that's what I'd have you budget.
The only one I wanted to go back to is beating a dead horse, the fire inspector. And I know the chief is unprepared at this moment, or the board is unprepared to do anything on that, but I just wanted to state that I'd like to come back to this at some point in the future, once we get some more information.
Okay, agreed.
I got it on my list.
Any other adjustments we want to make to the budget?
Yeah, let's just knock 50, 60,000 off.
Are we accept, well, I guess the question is, are we accepting the reduction in the fire academy trip?
I didn't make any motion if somebody else wants to.
All right, so the new bottom line is $529,814. Correct, Jason?
That is correct.
I'll make a motion that we approve and forward to the budget committee the bottom line budget for 4220.10 fire, $529,814.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. For any further discussion? And as I said, none of this includes. we can come back and do-
Wait.
What?
Hold on.
Did you mess up?
Make that number again. Try
I was
making
gonna
it
say,
at 504,815.
25,000 out of that. It's not 500.
I'll amend my motion to make the number correct. 504,815,000. $504,815, which is literally
Oh, I like the other number. but-
$802 higher than last year's proposed selectmen's
So it's
budget.
$800.
Yeah. Second, the correct number.
Yep, second, Mason seconded. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 500. So this will be ready for the budget committee on the 26th. All right,
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, you're here for the ambulance
Oh.
and another one, and then
Oh,
I know Dave is
Poor Dave is
outside.
not- yeah.
You know something? I think that we could probably spring the chief and bring Dave in.
Well, do we need to talk to you about emergency management? I mean, this should take.
We can go through these relatively quick.
Okay.
So let's look at ambulance 4215.10 ambulance.
The only question on ambulance I have, the absolute only question I have is, there was a discussion that this board had a while ago about recouping money. That was, I'll call it, outstanding ambulance bills. My question is, does this budget consider any of that? I mean, we're gross expending, I know, but
No, we're not, because it's all moved to the separate fund now. We're subsidizing the bad
That's right,
debt
too.
by the 11.5.
we did a separate fund.
Right. That said, so if you were going to take a different collections approach, you could take that out of the ambulance revolving fund to collect the debts owed to it. So we wouldn't put it in this budget.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, the Board of Selectmen approves ambulance budget 4215.10 at 55.5.
Second.
Motion to approve 4215.10 ambulance for $55,500 made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I said $55.
No, you
Yeah, nice try.
didn't. Even if you did, I didn't hear that. All right, approved, all the, opposed, abstained, motion carries 500. All right, moving quickly to emergency management.
One thing I wanted to ask the opinion of the chief on is, would you support a warrant article to go forward for an emergency management drill to fund that, with the idea that we would be able to test our emergency management plan with the drill, as well as maybe involve some of the citizens in the town and stuff like that?
Can I jump in on this one?
Go ahead.
I would say that if you were going to do that you would do a 2-year plan. What we need to do first
I
with
don't
our
have a problem with
right,
that.
because what you've talked about is sort of the second level drill. We have a new plan. The first one should be a basic tabletop
Right, yeah.
exercise internally, which is the 1,000, and then the larger exercise will cost more money. And I'd say that you would do that in year 2.
Well, would you support that as a warrant article, or do you believe that we should do that as,
Can I ask, Frank, why would you want it as a warrant?
a couple reasons. And not that the $1,000 lights me up or anything like that, but the idea is that you put it as a separate article, and I think you're gonna attract public interest in it, rather than have it in the emergency management budget just sitting there.
Well, there's a point to that, because at least people would be aware that you are planning to do this.
And you could easily say, hey, we'd like to have kids in the school be crash test dummies or whatever you want to call
Or
it.
selectmen.
Or selectmen. Where you get the toe tag, it says
Note for the
DNR.
record, the fire chief didn't say that.
I think it's important that we do it and we get ourselves on the plan. We put a lot of effort into a new plan, and we need to do the two-phase testing of it.
That's,
Yep.
It's typically a 2 to 3 year cycle, a tabletop, next step up, and then a full scale.
My-
But 2 years is doable.
My only concern is if it doesn't pass warrant, we can't do it no matter what.
Right.
And that, I think
That's
well,
the sad part.
leave the 1,000 in. Well, I guess it doesn't much matter.
I mean, it's purely an that's probably easier to overcome than having it fail as a warrant and having our hands tied.
Right.
I mean, I certainly agree with it being a great opportunity for an educational component, but I think if it fails, then we're truly, our hands are tied.
Yeah.
We
Can't
could
spend
easier, right, we can control the educational component of it. We can't control if it's a no vote.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion for $13,221 for emergency management.
I have a motion for the bottom line of $13,221. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Okay, motion's made and seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. Motion carries 5-0-0. Chief, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I realize it went a lot longer than we would have thought, but it's good to get it out of the way. Next up is Dave Mellon from Solid Waste. I would suggest anybody's got to take a quick bio break, please do that now.
Chief, Chief,
For the folks, well, we're not going live, but the folks who are going to be watching this in rebroadcast, we'll be back in 2 seconds. It's going to take a bio break.
Yeah, fine, Dave.
Mics are still live, guys.
Okay.
Jason, did you remember the other night, I had a package, and that was all this that you're going through now. And remember, you took it back, and I said, I'll get a copy probably on Friday. Do you remember?
Yeah, well.
Remember, I kept this, and then.
Right, but what I had in there was totally separate stuff. This was your copy for,
No, that's not that.
Did you get them from, you got stuff, did you get stuff from Donna yesterday?
No.
Oh, hold on a minute.
I didn't. I went to your room,
Yep.
and I looked on your desk.
Oh, no,
Did you
'cause I
find
left
my
them-
note?
I found out, I left them for her. I left them with her because I was out in the afternoon. Let me go grab your copy.
I'm sorry.
I know yep.
Isn't that a riot?
Hey, Pat.
Hey, boy, what do you say? I saw you, but I was on the run, and so were you.
Oh, this morning that was you? Yeah, I saw you drive off, and someone asked me, I goes, I don't know, I can't tell from behind from your car. But
My son-in-law really did a job on it, waxing and everything else, inside, outside, and underneath and all, when I was in the hospital, and boy, in fact, I had 2 people ask me, Pat, you get a new car? No. It's got almost 100,000 miles, and I'm laughing. This guy's got 92,000 miles, and he wants another one.
how's Kylie doing? No problems?
Oh, she absolutely loves it.
Oh, cool, huh? What's she been up there? A couple weeks at least now?
Yeah, we brought her up there last week. Yeah, she's going into her second week. We brought her up on the 6th, so. Yeah, she loves it. She really does.
She is always the toughest.
And I saw her too. And she said hi to me and all. But she
I gotta
never
get
told
this
me.
Completely
Yeah,
escaped herself.
I thought, oh, thank you.
Okay, you have 10 minutes, Dave.
I know, thank goodness.
And that's 7 minutes too much for you, right?
For small favors.
Yes.
I cannot stay after 2.
Okay. Hopefully we'll get through all of them.
Yeah, I've got my father, I've got to
Yep.
do some stuff with him.
It's right there if you want some. There's some donuts right there. We've
Well,
already drank it
listen,
all.
you got a little bit of time, so I,
It's
like
10
a
of
regular.
11.
Oh,
No,
Yeah,
it's
no.
10 of 11.
'Cause we need
You're
you to
gonna
be
go
here
get
right away.
something, it's not gonna-
no, we're gonna stay, we're gonna stay on schedule. We
Yep.
could- Dave, 10 minutes, you can do it.
Yeah, I know, 365,000?
Look, yeah, I mean, this budget is already a decrease, so.
I make a let's do it now.
second
We'll tell Frank when he
We
comes
get the
in, we're all
most for
set.
our buck through the incinerator, through the land.
Frank, we're gonna start.
Come on, Frank, we're in a hurry. Pat's got a date this afternoon.
All right, for those rejoining us, we're gonna pick up the budgets back at solid waste, which is 4321.10. Jason, if you'd like to start us off.
Yep.
Thank you, Dave, for coming.
In the, no change in the manager wage line. The staff wage line reflects really some movement through the wage scale. We had eyeballed a number last year, and then for the default budget, we were a couple months in at that point, and so we had a couple days that we knew we weren't covering because of weather and vacations first quarter. This doesn't anticipate any change in the level of staffing, so it's the same level of staffing. The slight reduction in electricity, line 410, based on our use. Slight change in propane, based on what our experience has been. For line 430, building repair and maintenance. The reason this is up is we clean the septic tank every other year, so next year's the year. 630, equipment.
We have
Yeah, I have a
Oh,
question.
sorry.
On 430.
Yep.
I'll bring it up when I get to another budget, but you're using different numbers and different budgets for this, and I'm just wondering why. The 250 seems to be the lowest one you're using, which is fine.
Different size tanks.
Different size tanks.
Yeah, they're different size.
I mean, and that's not meant to be a flip answer. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the real
No,
answer. They're
you're
different
right.
size
They
tanks.
have a real small tank.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I paid just the other
Yeah,
day.
I paid
Okay.
$300 for mine. so-
So it's,
Oh, well, I
Oh,
haven't
based
seen
on
the
tank
citizen
size. Yeah, yeah.
discount.
Yeah.
okay, the other question I had is you got $1,000 budgeted, and
Televising.
I know that you guys have done a lot of work at the facility to do refresh painting, replace deteriorating trim, junk like that. So the reduction to $1,000 is based upon the work that you've done over the summer?
No, the proposed budget is to remain unchanged, to keep that 3,000 level. The meeting
Then
the
let me
five.
ask it in a different way. Why wouldn't we reduce it? Because you've already done some work.
There's work all the
Because
way around
there continues to be work that comes up that needs to be done. Notably, one of the things we didn't do this year, we have some roofing that we need to find a solution for.
Right.
We had hoped to do it this year. David found a good product. Turns out that product was not available to us, so we have a little bit more repair there. You want
Right.
to speak to that a little bit more?
We were looking to recoat the steel roof on the incinerator. Because we got a few little leaks up there. I've been up there a few times sealing it with silicone. There's a lot of rust. So we found a product that goes right over the steel. It's meant to recoat and extend the life of the roof.
Right. So the trade-off between the 3,000 and the 1,000 would be, the 1,000 would cover the routine surprises, and we would continue the little bit of silicone. The 2,000 would give us the ability to deal with a longer-run solution, probably
How
on the
long would
roof.
that last?
I think it was like a 20 years, you know?
No, not how long has the roof been in, but how long, if you do this new treatment, would it last?
I
20?
think it's 20 years.
Okay.
But if you got rust starting, on a metal roof, you got rust on both sides, so there's a potential that rust can still continue to progress.
Right, and there's quite a bit in the far end where the incinerator was. And I think it was because of the fumes and the things coming out of the stack that caused that. It really does need attention. And that my idea, if I could have this year, I was gonna take care of that part of the roof up there.
Is that corrugated?
Yeah.
Are we better off replacing the corrugated metal where it's rusted? I would
Well,
think-
most of it's okay, it's just certain areas where where it meets the other roof in the back, where they put in that joint up there, and there's a few other areas that are starting to rust through along the edges too.
Okay.
We,
And
sorry.
are you gonna talk on that roof, or are you gonna talk on something else?
Oh, no, I was gonna go on, so I'll
Oh,
shut up.
not that it's a lot of money, but the $100 for the fire extinguishers, are those larger fire extinguishers? I'm wondering whether it's cheaper, if there's the small bottle ones, cheaper just to buy new ones and restart?
Isn't this just the routine testing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So why not, if it's a small bottle ones, see, I don't know what size they are.
They have to be commercial fire extinguishers, I thought. They
Right.
can't be just
Right.
what you
Yeah.
would buy at the Home Depot.
And this is more
As
than
long
one
as they're,
thing.
as long as they're registered to a certain standard, whether it's, what is it, A, B, or C standard. Why do they have to be a commercial?
Because of the materials in your facility.
Right. And they've been there since the incinerator.
Are you talking like the little ones you buy at Home Depot and hang on the wall?
I'm asking the
that-
question,
that-
I'm
No,
asking
that
the
ain't
question,
gonna work.
That ain't gonna work.
I'm asking the question what size bottles these are, I don't know.
I don't know what that.
These are the large 30 pounders, I
30
think.
pounders.
And,
Okay, that's all I needed to know, thank you, I'm done.
okay.
Yeah, and they need to be certified every year.
Jason?
Right.
The 630 equipment repair and maintenance, we reduced that line, and the challenge for us here is to try to find a reasonable baseline for what a good target number is. We try to do something based on an assessment per piece of equipment. So we targeted 750 for each of the main pieces of equipment. I mean, I would note that this current year, we put $5,300 in on the skid steer, so.
So noted.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that's, we did reduce, though. I can talk about 693 and 694. I'm going to talk about them together for a little bit here. That's demolition, construction, demolition material, and solid waste disposal. We finally have, what we feel are pretty good numbers here. With the shutdown of the incinerator, a couple years ago, we used the industry standards to gauge volumes, and we aimed high. It helped you had a nice surplus at the end of that year, but we aimed high. Last year, we had a year's worth of data. We were a little bit better, but it was hard to figure out what was real and what wasn't. We now have 2 years of data, and so, Dave's been through these numbers pretty thoroughly, and what we are estimating for construction demolition is 750 tons. Bear in mind, our contract has an increase next year. And solid waste disposal, we are estimating 1,000 tons. The difference in solid waste disposal, and one of the reasons you'll see that number is pretty much unchanged, is while we expect slightly more tons than we had in the default budget, the hauls per year, we've backed off on to 85 hauls per year. I think we were planning last year at almost, 100 hauls.
Right.
The other item that we had carried in the default budget too, and then ultimately we moved a different direction down under equipment lease when we had proposed replacing the skid steer last year. Obviously, that's taken out this year, so you'll see a decrease. That lease line goes back to just covering half of the backhoe lease cost. What this takes for a proposed budget is $365,235. That is a decrease over the default budget number that we're using this year of $4,225. The 5% number was slightly lower than that, so to get to the 5% number, we dropped planning on one of the electronics disposal containers. That's a pass-through cost to us. It was one place that we backed off this year on one of those to meet the default budget number. We postponed one of those. We also found $1,500 under line 630. Again, it's our estimate, not sure what'll break, how much it'll be for equipment repair. We can roll the dice there. We've already talked about the building repair line.
Okay, any questions? Any reduction recommendations?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the amount of $365,235, being 4,000 below the default. I think that's.
I'll second it. Motion's made and seconded. Discussion?
I'd like to ask a question on the 630 line, which is the equipment repair and maintenance from 4,500 to 3,000. You mentioned that $5,300 was the skid steer. I believe that $5,300 includes 2 tune-ups, as well as the work that was done to get the forks fixed. We remember
Yep, yes, sir.
So
That's-
well.
That's it.
So, I guess what I'm questioning is, I'm not seeing that there's a lot of additional repairs that have gone into that skid steer outside of that issue with the forks and tune-ups. Is that correct, or?
That's correct.
Right, I mean, yeah,
There has been no other repairs to that machine except for that.
But that line does not just deal with the skid steer. It
No.
deals with the balers, the compactors, and all of those items are now aging.
I know, but I'm wondering if a certain amount of the 4,500 is in regards to thinking the skid steer is gonna cost us.
Well, it's good. You probably have a tune-up this year, I would assume.
Well, there's one tune-up left. The work, we'll have it done one more time before the
How's it
winter.
running? Is it running
It's,
good?
it's running great. It's a solid, it runs solid. It's
And
getting old, but it's
the-
still,
the-
it's still
The reason for the
reliable.
$3,000, what did we give up to get to the 3,000?
what we gave up was the unknown. I mean, I don't know what's going to break. I mean, we know some of these things. We know the tune-ups. We know that the compactors are there. We listed those. This is when something breaks, it's not free. And so our best estimate was, let's set a number at 750 per piece of equipment, which is either really low or unnecessary, depending on the equipment. And this target just is a mathematical to say, let's do that math at 500.
It's six pieces of equipment you're trying to cover.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to reduce that line, which is the
So you're gonna-
$4,500 line to 3,000.
So you're gonna amend my motion
I'll amend your motion, that's correct.
to reduce it by that. Okay, do I have a, motion amendment made? Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Motion, amendment fails with lack of second. Back to the main motion, bottom line budget, $365,235. Any other discussion or reductions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 500. Dave, thank you to you and your staff for keeping the cost down and continuing to have it one of the best facilities in the state.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate all your
We all
help.
appreciate
Thanks, Dave.
I'll agree with that.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Dave.
Get the most for our buck.
We
Absolutely.
try, Pat. We try to do the best we can.
Can't
All right.
squawk
Thanks,
about
Dave.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Jason.
If you see Kevin out there, send him in here. Thank you. Moving on to do we need Kevin for government buildings? I'm assuming we do. right?
Sure. But we'll start, we can start without them.
All right, so let's start 4194.10. We'll start with 120 wages.
Yep. Pretty much at the same level that we have now. We used the default budget. We plan on 12 hours a week plus some additional hours. Whatever base we used for project work, the default budget,
4194.10.
we backed off just a shade there. The electricity, line 410, increased slightly there based on what our actual use has been over the past, looking at 2 years of data there. That's offset though by our propane use is less than had been anticipated, so there's a net gain of savings of $1,000 there. Water charges, again, slight decrease, based on what our use has been. Have not changed. We've kept the same provision for building maintenance and repair. I've kept the same, unchanged for equipment repair, and this is where our items like HVAC, fire detector, RPC testing for water system, generator stay.
On building maintenance and repair, I have a question, or do you want to come back to that later?
No, I have nothing else to flag, so let's go back to there.
The building maintenance, painting, general repairs, is that based upon the county program?
No, that's based on all of the stuff that crops up that we take care of during the year.
So where would the county program costs be placed?
In there, right?
If we use them in this building, we would extract that share from there, but I haven't planned on that, because that's also where we charge when we replace siding, toilets, fair, et cetera, et cetera. So I haven't pulled out a specific county item there.
We're not live, Kevin.
But this includes also,
lineup.
this includes also the old town hall, right?
As needed, yeah. I mean, this is, if something crops up that's our responsibility, we charge, that's the only line I have for all of those things, so.
Refresh my memory in terms of who owns the maintenance on the old town hall?
We do.
We do.
We do,
I don't know.
yeah.
No, we.
What's the contract say?
The lease?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
There's
I
something
thought
that
that
goes
they
back.
paid the electricity and we
And the
maintained
heat.
it. I thought that was the original agreement.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, you know, without splitting hairs on the contract, if we're spending money, we're spending it probably on our space, because we still use part of that basement. I mean,
The
what we've done is-
exterior, we're taking care of the exterior, the grounds.
Right,
the
I mean, we
overall
use the
systems.
basement.
Right,
Right.
that's our building.
So what I go back to then is, if we were to fund the painting of that building through the county prisoner program, is there sufficient money in there in order to do that?
Remember, the Historical Society said they had $3,000 to put toward the painting. And
That's,
so if we had,
Still here and there, they haven't done it yet, so.
We would be able to, we would put that line there to cover those parts of the painting that the county program could do. We still have some issues because of the lead, the known lead on that building, which we cannot assign over to the county.
so the county can't paint that building then?
With the scraping and stuff like that, it's another issue with EPA rules, because it's a public building.
Right. You know, if we can partition the work up somehow, and, you know, those parts, obviously, those parts we could have the county do would make sense to do, but, you know, right now with the shutters and some of the other pieces that we need to deal with, we can't have them
I
do it.
guess I'm trying to understand how we're going to get that building painted, for cost of the paint, the labor to do it. If we can't use county, that's fine.
Yeah.
But all of that fun stuff,
And what did we estimate last time for?
$20,000.
So where, yeah,
Let
so
it
where
pay
is the
that.
$20,000? We gonna do, we can't do another warrant article, are we?
Well,
Or are
We
we?
can.
it didn't go
Well,
through.
We can do a warrant article that, or I don't,
Yeah.
how we do it is open to
Yeah.
debate, but
I mean, at the moment, your choice is put the cost in the budget, knowing that we can't push the whole project to the county program, or put it out as an article again.
Just
Yep.
Friday, Steve and I were talking about the same thing, because we were trying to figure out what to do with the shutters. The shutters are your lead-based monsters, okay? They've been there for years. They're in tough shape. He just remembered, we got some downstairs, plus some others that may fit, and we'll measure them this weekend to see if we can use those shutters, and that's gonna save a lot of time and effort, okay, on the cost. That's just something, the shutters are horrendously the expensive part, it's not dealing with lead scraping and everything else. The main building's been painted enough times, there's lead in some corners, but the scraping's gonna be minimal. The shutters has always been the problem, the corners and the shutters.
so,
We're working on a plan.
a stupid question.
No.
Rather than go through the issues and aggravation and stuff of trying to strip paint off of, or lead paint off of shutters and all of that fun stuff, why not just buy replacements? And
Vinyl, they won't talk about, but we do have some other
who
ones.
won't talk about?
the Historical Society, you know, they're the vinyl does
They
not.
want to have old.
They want the wooden ones, but we do have them that are in good shape that may be able to just be painted. Need any scraping. He did mention that, he found some. We're just gonna measure to see if they will work by doing a replacement on it, but that was just right, yesterday we just talked about that.
Well, you said you're working on a plan,
Plan.
so maybe we should just
I'm working on
hold
a
off
method,
and-
okay?
Yeah, because what our starting point was that we knew we couldn't just incorporate it for the $1,000 plus materials in the budget. So that got us back to, well, it's gonna have to stand as an article. And so then how do we peel back from the 20 we know to see if we can get that number less and possibly pull part of the 1,000 from the county back in once we get that work done.
The materials is coming from the Historical Society, that we do
Yeah.
know from last year, okay, the materials, that was, if we had it painted by the Valley Street LLC, I call them, okay? Then we had a chance to, they were gonna pick up the cost, that was the year before. The EPA rules have changed horrendously on lead paint. It's just, when you get into public buildings, they had to change their thinking too as well. We're talking Monday with the Valley Street LLC group to go over some stuff and what they can and cannot do with their laws more. So they're coming in on the 23rd.
My only point was for $4,500, I didn't think we were doing much painting or whatever.
No,
So what I was trying to figure out is, where does it fit, where's it gonna go? And my opinion is, we should be doing something with it. I felt that last year, we should be doing something with the old town hall. And,
we're all in the same boat, Frank, we do wanna do something.
And if we're not gonna go to warrant, it's gotta go in this budget.
correct.
So we don't know, is the estimate's gonna go down from $20,000? Do we have
Once the shutters are out of the thing, it will go down a lot,
so can we revisit the bottom line of this budget once you have an estimate?
okay?
And then we could decide to put it back in or how we wanna approach it, but right now, we don't have the data, we know it has to be done, so let's just make sure everyone understands that we're going to address it.
Well, do you want to vote on the bottom line now and then reopen it? Or
That's
do
what
you
I would do.
want-
That's what I
all
would
right, I'll
do.
move, since it's, 500 below the target even.
Oh, well, I've still got questions on the other stuff in the budget, so
I want you to hold off for 1 second.
if you wanna make the motion, that's fine, I'll ask the questions after you make your motion.
No, I'd rather get the questions now instead of cases of change, so go ahead with your question.
So, you addressed the issue of 375 because of tank size.
Yep.
Okay. And then, my other question was security alarm contract, $800. We're not using the security alarm, so why do we pay for this?
We actually do. The security alarm is used by the PD in this building. It's not I shouldn't say that out loud, but
Not
it's,
on.
the panic alarm, the panic buttons in this building are going through that system also. So the alarm system is being utilized.
Okay, so what does this contract cover?
The monitoring and maintenance, right? Or the monitoring probably only. Yes, the yearly monitoring cost?
Yeah, you have a monitoring with the private firm, okay, which it goes to, whenever the alarms go off, it goes to them, they call in, the police use it. The, both sides are running, it's a 1-year contract with them. Oh, it's the same thing each year. The monitoring of the security system in the building.
But I'm just saying the alarm system in terms of, I'll call it the town hall side.
We need to activate it, that was a question, that's another story.
Like I said,
Good change.
whether the keypad is activated or not, the panic buttons are all activated.
All the emergency in all the buildings, all the units, correct.
And the fire detection piece of it is also activated too, although we do have the fire alarm, the
Yeah.
extra fire alarm too.
You
But,
have 2 things going on with that one.
so,
Okay, that's all I had.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move $52,341 for general government building.
Second.
motion was made and seconded by Mr. Bork, made by Mr. Lemire. Further discussion?
Didn't we say also the Historical Society told us when he was in that they would give $3,000, so can't we reduce that by $3,000 to make it $49,000?
We haven't even put in the cost of the old town hall yet. Kevin's gonna come back with an estimate that will include that minus $3,000 in, and then we'll reopen the budget and add it
Gonna
back
revisit
in.
it.
Or either add it back in here or go with a warrant. So that will be addressed at a later date. Okay?
You can get used to vinyl though.
Not the Historical Society.
That's
All right,
not-
any other discussion on this budget? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 500. Next up is health.
Let's do health. Health is proposed unchanged at $1,636. The 5% approach here would be to wipe out a separate stipend altogether for the health officer and incorporate the other items either here or just roll them into the code enforcement budget because they're small numbers at that point.
Yeah, I guess I never actually understood why we had a separate account for it when it was, seemed like it was part of code enforcement anyway.
It's called a separate division, sort of in state accounting. You pay a separate stipend for it. It is a separate appointment. In theory, you could appoint somebody to serve as the
Yeah,
health
we have a
officer.
separate health officer.
Who,
But
right,
we don't have a separate, I mean, yeah.
Right.
No, no, I'm
We
just
appoint them as
saying.
separate, yeah.
right,
We have had in the past.
Right.
Yeah. No, I-
right. So that's,
Just simplicity.
right.
Most towns group it because it's basically building stuff. It's not medical at all.
Okay. Any recommendations or thoughts?
Kevin, on the water analysis, that's still going through the state labs?
Yes, it is. That's the cheapest way out.
Cheapest way to accomplish.
Okay. Work construction a lot of time. My verbiage could be a little shorter. We go right to the point.
All right, do I have a motion or any other questions? I'll make a motion that we approve 4411.10 health at $1,636.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 500. So this will get forwarded to the Budget Committee.
Can I suggest for a moment that we backtrack to government buildings?
No.
Just because we talked about at least raising the issues that we saw as warrant articles. And I have the notes on them at the bottom.
You didn't get to
and I
that.
realized that we didn't talk about.
So we're not gonna reopen, we just wanna make sure.
No, I don't need you to reopen the budget, but I wanted to advise, we talked about knowing what was coming as warrant articles, so.
Town Hall.
Now, why don't we start with the second one instead of the first one, because that's this building. Begin the replacement of our HVAC units in this building. We have 5 units altogether. If we were to replace all of them, it would be just under $39,000. The way that these are segmented in this building, they're sort of logical segments of 2 units, 1 unit, and 2 units. The thought that we would recommend would be a more moderate approach of looking over 3 years, replace 2 units in the first year, those 2 units being the 2 that cover the admin, town clerk, tax collector side. The second year, replacing the units that serve this room and lobby, and then the third year, looking at the 2 that serve the police department. Part of the reason for punting out on the police department is you have a facility discussion. You know, if you happen to decide at some point that you're attaching something on that side, which would change your HVAC spec. So didn't want to rush into replacing them now and then finding you a couple years later saying, oh, I wish I hadn't done that. So that's the first issue that we're looking at as an article issue.
So I know we talked about this, and I'd asked to make sure that we had, you know, the evaluation of the existing systems, why they require to be replaced. I know we all argue they're undersized and they've been having failure issues and all that, but something written up from the vendor that's been maintaining it. And then really do we replace the systems for like in the sense of, do we do 5 systems again, or do we do something different? Where you have maybe 2 larger systems for each side of the building versus, I mean, you know, for this $38,000, what's the plan? It looks like it's a like for like.
Just a unit to unit, okay, because you start changing the HVAC flow, the ductwork, that brings up the cost tremendously. So I'm keeping the ductwork the same and looking at the units. Right now, we have 80% efficiency units. They're not 95 or 90s that you see today. Okay, matter of fact, the 80s are going away. So whatever we do up there is gonna be 95%. The ductwork will stay the same. Getting the units in and out of that space is gonna be going through the outside of the building, through the louvers. It's not easy, okay, because it's pull-down stairs on both sides. So you got to disassemble them, throw them down, bring the new one up the ladder, or go out through the outside ends. That's what we're looking at to get them in and out.
I mean, cut the wall off?
No, we take the louvers off the ends and bring
Oh,
it in
okay.
through there. The big round holes on both ends of the building.
Big enough to get in there?
Yeah, if you take off the whole round thing, it just unscrews and you pop it through there.
If you got a running start.
Okay.
The high school students that do that catapult program in
You know
the
what's gonna
spring.
happen, right?
You know,
That's what happened out front. You take the louvers off and you'll be replacing plywood.
is there a different type of unit that we could get that would have something on the ground outside with some type of feed into the
They all
building?
have, they actually all
You
have.
get into the trains on the outside where they're just fired similar to what we got at the rec hall. They just don't work as well on the air conditioning side of it, as far as I understand, but you can do both.
Would it be
Okay.
cheaper because of the problems trying to get these units in?
No,
to do it
because
that
you know, to
way?
be honest with you, Frank, the units are smaller than what's up there. The biggest unit we got is this one here that feeds this space, and that only feeds this space. Cause
It doesn't do the lobby?
no, the lobby is done off unit 5, which is 4 and 5 is done on the police side.
Seems kind of strange.
Yeah, it's odd, and I'm looking at changing the ductwork, because the lobby is the hottest place we got here, and the coldest space. But they didn't dump heat into this. You've noticed it's all closed off, it's all glass enclosure. But they didn't temper that area very well. They kept it below freezing. They dumped heat into the bathrooms and into the vestibule. And they got 2 little 6-inch ducts that feed the lobby. That's it. But that's why it's always hotter or colder out there. If I open this door in the summertime, this door here, and turn on the air conditioner, that lobby's cold, and the girls complain, but that's part of life here, you know. My 5 wives are tough to take care of.
Zip, zip, zip. Okay.
All right, so
That's nice.
that's the one article issue we're looking at. Second article issue we're looking at is there's a little bit of probably a touch of backstory. One of Kevin's variety of assignments is care and feeding of all of our buildings. So we have somebody that sort of keeps track of our buildings, you know, on top of, you know, in and around other assignments. So part of that where, you know, he's spent some more time, really probably the past year and a half to 2 years, has been with rec facility. You know, I think last year we made some changes based on Kevin digging into it that dealt with the furnace issue they had there. You know, we think we moved from replacement to tweaking on it, much less cost that makes it work. You know, this past year we fixed some of the block and exterior of Town Hall. Did some repointing. We had some gaps in the masonry there. The next thing that needs to happen and that Kevin has flagged at that building is replacement of the roof, which is the estimate that we've received is $43,120 for roof replacement. That roof is beyond its 20-year life.
Is that put out to bid?
It will be.
That's just an
That was an
estimate.
estimate I just got.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we get the budget estimate, so I can give you the order of magnitude. But that's what we're looking at on that roof. That's
Okay.
another possible article.
Can I ask a question? Pat, not to be wrong, you've been here a short time. You remember the exact year that they replaced that?
Wasn't it after the fire?
Woodrow Wilson was president of it.
No, because I drove the new engine to that fire.
Like I said,
Yeah. And it was enclosed.
And you opened yourself up that way.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so we're going back to the late 70s
No,
and 80s.
early 80s.
80s, so I'm over my 20 year.
Yeah.
I'm on. See
I
that
don't
roof-
believe they did a new roof after that, did they?
Yeah, they done something because of
repaired
the
it.
membrane.
They may have repaired it, right, okay.
repaired it.
Yeah, in the back, the fire in the back, that's right.
No, that fire took off the roof. That they spotted that fire from the forest fire tower in Milford. We didn't stand a chance on that one.
Okay.
Right.
Can we move back to the regular schedules stuff?
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement. Walk us through it.
Code enforcement, from the default budget, we had seen reduced provision for outside consultation for temporary inspection. We're covering it internally. We haven't had that need. And let's see, we reduced the books and periodicals line. This is where we do the NFPA updates, other code manuals. 250 should be adequate. We had a larger purchase we needed to cover this year. And we've kept training the same. So this is actually a reduction over this year's default budget by $500.
So, Kevin, you weren't here for the fire department discussion. We brought up the fire inspector, and there was some discussion about consolidating roles, meaning the building inspector, code enforcement would pick up the fire inspection responsibilities. And the question I had was, are you certified to do fire inspections? And
Not certified.
well, you are certifiable, we understand.
I have done it, okay, and before the certification stuff came out, that was part of my role in other towns, okay, with the fire department, working with them, because there was no certification back in the day for fire inspectors and us, okay? And we use the same rules 99% of the time. We all have the same code book. One's called the NFPA 1101, the International Building Code, the same means of egress, same factors, same stuff. Can I get certified? Yes. Okay, they do have courses and tests. It's just a matter of going and taking the test.
How long would it take you in your estimate to get certified?
It all depends when the course is
Yeah,
available.
the problem is, Frank, the fire academy only offers them, see, right now, I think their fire inspector 2 is being offered. Prerequisite is 1, and I don't think 1 is offered until the spring. So that's why I'm saying it's it's a several months process,
With
inspector
them,
1 and
yes,
2.
with them.
And then you've got fire investigation.
Well, we were talking about, we were talking about fire.
You were
fire
just
investigation.
talking about an
Inspection
inspection.
only, yeah.
But still, it's inspector 1 and 2, and they're offered periodically.
What would we need in order for Kevin to take that over, a 1 or a 2?
Both.
Well,
Well, what do you mean, what would you prefer?
Inspectors, 1. 2 is good. The academy has theirs under their rules up there. That's one that the state has. I'm gonna say this out loud. The International Building Code has their own, which is basically the same stuff to a degree. I can look at the International Fire Code and compare the certification requirements, and that is an online.
See, they're working on that. They've got group discussions on merging and trying to come up with a reasonable program that would merge both.
But the
Those are ongoing, though. Those
I know.
discussions are ongoing.
So I guess, from my perspective,
The availability of the class, that's all it is.
right, and if there's a class available in the spring, you probably could get certified by fall, I'm gonna say. I don't know what the timeline on it.
Classes are not that long.
Not
they're
that
all-
long.
No.
It's a 40-hour class.
Yeah, it's a 40-hour class. It's not bad.
There's no prerequisites for fire inspector 1. If you want to do fire inspector 2, you have to have fire inspector
Right.
1.
Right, it's just like,
But with a fire inspector 1, Kevin, could you do those inspections? Is
Yeah.
that still something that would
I would,
give you that?
but I would step back a second. If I recall, the fire inspection's under the authority of the chief. He would be the one to define what is required to be a fire inspector in this town. He may require.
The fire chief by law is the authority
He may require us to have a fire.
having jurisdiction.
the way the law is written on the fire inspections under the NFPA 1 is what they adopted in this state through rule change, not legislative change, rule change, okay? So we work hand in hand, okay? Steve and I work hand in hand as it is now. Steve I text him, When I worked in Milford, the fire inspectors and myself, we worked hand in hand. If they can't do the job, I did the job, okay?
Is
Because
it,
they know I got the qualification, I just don't have the cert. 'Cause I've
Kevin,
been
can
in
you
the
sign up
business.
for November 4th? Fire Inspector 1 course is being offered at the Academy starting November 4th.
There is?
Yep.
Sure, I got no
Last
choice.
deployment, the last date to apply for the class is October 30th.
What's the price tag on it?
I don't think it matters at this point.
I just think it would make sense
I can do
to
it.
be able to do it in town,
I agree.
you know?
Yeah, the question would be, and we didn't ask the chief for
We
that.
don't have a lot of big buildings, we don't have a lot of major issues here.
So,
We don't have a
so
lot of multis or stuff like that. It's simple.
my proposal to the board is to leave the fire department budget the way it is.
Yeah.
With the 4,000, and then ask Kevin to go and explore certification through Inspector 1 course that John found on November timeframe, whatever it is.
I would,
That's reasonable.
yeah, I think it's, yeah, I agree. I think it's reasonable, and I don't think it should be explored. I think it's on Monday morning, someone needs to call the academy and register Kevin for that course.
Preferably Kevin.
Kevin
Well,
can do that.
someone needs to call. It needs to happen because you have a short window of time to sign. So,
So,
I mean, Kevin may want to reach out to, I know the chief works up there, so I don't know if reaching out to him may benefit you as far as getting into the class.
I got no problem, I'll talk to
You
Frank
know
in
what
the
I mean?
morning.
I don't,
Yeah,
I'm not saying he has
Even at the
full,
end of the
but,
day-
you know what I mean?
at the end of the day, let's say we don't consolidate the roles, it's good training and certification for you.
Well, I think you
backup.
will, because I think it'll be a good, I think it's an excellent utilization of existing resources, so, you know, I mean, certainly with your experience too, Kevin. You know, it's,
Yeah, I'm used to the 4-story buildings and the industrial places and stuff like that, and here we don't have it, but
Right.
my experience is, I have no problem with sprinklers, or some people may think I have a go.
well, what's nice
But-
too is
but
that you're used to working with the department as
I
it
can work
is,
with it.
and it's a smooth operation, so it's
It
probably
is.
just
Okay.
a matter of semantics.
Okay, I guess I'm going to school.
Yep, you are.
I have, I guess one thing I'd like to discuss, and Kevin, that is the overall time that you're working and that type of thing. Currently, right now, you're working a 40-hour work week. There's been, over the course of, since 2003, significant decline in the number of permits that we issue, amount of money we bring in terms of permit fees and everything else. Why should we consider or continue with the 40-hour work week and not drop that back to, say, 32 or something like that?
Kevin, before you answer that, I just want to make sure that everybody who's watching knows. So, as a code, as a town employee, you're paid as the code enforcement officer, but you're also the building facilities manager and coordinator, health officer, obviously. So there are a whole bunch of roles. Kevin pretty much is the catch-all for all things that happens within this town in general.
I was the only male in the building for years.
And once again, that's not something
I
that should have been said on
think
TV.
I'm asking it from the perspective of code enforcement or building inspector, whichever you want to call it.
Frank, to answer that question, code enforcement, okay? I just sat down with the ISO rep, okay, and we went over a lot of this discussion. And code enforcement is not a matter of just going out to the job site, come in, apply for a building permit, go up and say it's right or wrong, and walk away. You spend most of your time communicating, because I believe in communication. I don't believe in just looking at a plan and saying, boom, done, you're out the door. Doesn't work like that. Nothing is ever black and white. So 80% of my time is educating, not just the fees, it's educating, talking, make sure I'm not going out to the job 2 or 3 times, or if I have to go out there because of some issue. The fees they could be adjusted to go up, but in reality, about most of my time is spent in building, in zoning, okay, which is one of the two. So I think reducing it, you're gonna lose a lot too. You won't be, I will not deal with the buildings, there won't be any time for that at all, okay? I won't be doing anything other than just going out and coming back in. And that's not what I think the people want. I think the people want somebody to talk to. Anybody who knows me in the building trade, okay, when they come in and apply for a building permit, I may take an hour or two, okay, to go over the different things. Home, Frank, if you look at the fees, my houses for years were the builder of the fee in the thing. Houses are gone, renovation is the issue now, so it's gonna take, renovations take a lot more time.
Yeah, but I'm looking at, to be
Numbers.
honest with you, the total number of permits. That includes renovations, that includes new buildings,
That's
everything.
right.
And I'm seeing from 2002 a steady decline in the permits that we've
Oh,
issued.
yeah, and that's true, look at the market.
Okay, well, that includes renovations and everything else. On the fees received, you know, we had a high point in 2005, it was climbing up until that point, and then it's dropped down, and it's now tailed off until,
Coming back up.
well, you've got one data point. One data point, you can draw any regression line you want through it,
But
so.
it was very well consistent, fairly consistent across the board until 2012 it bumped up again.
And unfortunately,
But no, I asked you guys, I think I asked to have some numbers and some data, because I knew this question was gonna come up, and I still wanna stress the fact that this is a town employee that does multiple roles. His whole salary is captured in one line item, which I think confuses the issue. But I don't see any reason not to keep it this way, assuming everyone knows why, but.
one of the things that makes this difficult is, you know, we have a fee system that heavily charges new construction. And new construction is probably the easiest work that the code enforcement officer does.
Building a house.
Building a house, you got the plans, you started from scratch, it is what it is, you go forward, there's no surprises. You do a couple checks and you're done. As you move into more renovations, which we've seen now, which we charge a much lower amount for, they're the bigger time sinks from a staff end. And I think one of the other things that we've been finding recently is the homeowner is often the general contractor, which requires more assistance. I don't know if you want to speak to those, Kevin, or some of the examples you have on that.
Home, that's what the DIY, the television show is really brought on a lot of homeowners trying to do their own things. And it's interesting because I spend more time trying, they'll come in because they do know they have to come and see it. And we'll sit down and go over it. We'll come back with another set of drawings or a plan. Or I'll go out to the house and look at what's there, okay, on the construction phase. I spend more time communicating. I'm not a believer that if the fees are supposed to justify the department to be there, when the town adopted a rule or regulation, it's not just the money. I'm in enforcement, okay? The police don't pay for themselves through a fee or a fire or anything like that. I try to take off a percentage of what it costs. That's what we try to do. I spend more time in zoning, land use questions, wetlands. That's starting to come up now. People looking to see what they want to do with their land. It seems like I'm in the office where that little silver knob in the back of that toilet bowl all comes to me. Okay? When you hit it, it all comes in. It's not just that. Health, buildings, zoning, liquor licenses, that kind of stuff. And general questions on the zoning. Yesterday, I just went out and spent 2 hours talking to one person about his complaint with the guy next door with a potential zoning violation and land use, and the other guy next door. I'm not a believer in the court system, so I try to solve problems before they come to you guys. And it may take months or two, but then you're not dealing with a lawyer, and both parties are happy. So I spend more time doing that. So Frank, if you're gonna use it on the statistical side of it, okay, that's one way. The reality side is not just like that. And it's been my experience for years that it hasn't been like that.
I can only tell you that when we had a code enforcement officer working before you, he was a part-time individual. And we seemed to get all of our inspections done that we needed to get done. You took over in about 2008, if I remember correctly.
That's correct.
And actually, the code enforcement officer prior to you, Mr. Bergeron, was handling much more in terms of permitting than you are.
My answer to that, sure, you got your statistical data, okay? But who's doing the permit? Lori's gone. She used to do it all. It's me. Donna's not doing as much as the other person does. It's me. Who's doing the record keeping? Me.
Well, Donna should be there to support you. So
She does when she's at the gate. I give her the stuff to do. But who's doing the review? Coming in, filling out a form, and giving it to Donna. And I changed the process too. okay, I require permits for electrical, plumbing, and stuff like that. You're talking building, you're talking mechanical, electrical, and those two, Frank?
Yeah, all permits. It's from the, this is from the town reports.
On the data, on electrical and plumbing?
It's all the permits that were issued.
How did you compile it? Just asking.
Out of the town reports.
Town
Okay.
reports.
Okay.
So assuming your
So
report,
it is
assuming the
going
reports
down,
were
but
there.
it is gonna go up again. So you get your lean years. I've been in this long enough where you got some lean years and you got some bad years.
And my feeling.
So you wanna go part-time and then go full-time when it gets bigger?
Can I-
That's another choice.
Can I drag this back to the fact that he's a 40-hour employee that does 4 different roles? If you choose to reduce his salary, which is what we're in goal here,
No, I'm talking hours.
his hours as a code enforcement,
Are we
who's going to pick up?
salary too?
Who's going to pick up the hours that he puts in doing the other roles?
I go back to the point I made a couple moments ago, which was the prior code enforcement officer was doing code enforcement work at a much higher number of permits than is currently coming into our office. And because of that, he was even part-time then, we should be able to handle it
But-
and allow sufficient time for him to be able to do the other activities that he's involved in.
How would he get compensated for those other activities?
Same way he's compensated now.
As he's being compensated as a code enforcement officer to do all those activities.
No. We are compensating him with the understanding that there's a certain amount of permits that have to come in and everything else. We're seeing a decrease in the permits. I mean, if you eventually get to, just to draw a point, if you eventually get to the permits at a 0 level, are you still gonna continue with the full-time code enforcement officer? Now, I know that's absurd, it won't happen, but I'm trying to draw a point here.
I get your point. You're saying that at this out of 40 hours a week that he gets paid by this town, exclusive to what budget it comes out of, half of it is code enforcement related or building related. The other half is related to something else. And what I'm asking you is, if you reduce the code enforcement but his 40 hours, where's something else coming from? Are we talking about proposing splitting his salary across 2 different budgets so that he still gets paid as a 40-hour employee? I get what you're saying about code enforcement, but we're avoiding the fact that he does other things.
You've got a decrease in number of permits.
Frank, I get that. I totally get that. Don't keep on saying it. I get it. I understand as a code enforcement, his demand is low.
Can you control yourself, Mr. Chairman, please?
I certainly can, but you're repeating yourself over and over and over again, and that's not the only driver for what we pay him.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Lemire, go ahead.
I think that there's a reasonable expectation from the residents of the town that the code enforcement, health, and building inspection is a 40-hour position, that the person will be available when people would like the person to be available. This has been going, I don't have a problem, especially when the total budget's below the default budget, the request. The item, in here we are asking the incumbent to take on more responsibility doing fire inspections, and now we're talking about reducing the hours. I don't think it's a discussion we should be having. I think if we're going to, and he offered and acknowledged that he's going to go for training for fire inspector. This will be added to his responsibilities as code enforcement, health, building superintendent. I don't care how many permits that are given out. The tasks that he's been charged with have increased over the years. And I think that there's a reasonable expectation he's going to be available. I'm perfectly happy funding it as the way we are.
Can I throw a data point in? Because there was a question about data.
Yes, please do.
And when reviewing 2 months, reviewing July and August, reviewing the booked appointments for meeting with homeowners and contractors in the field, we're looking at 25 to 40 booked per week. And I have the schedule in front of me that I can look at that. Now, what's interesting about that is those are the ones that are pre-scheduled either with Kevin or with Donna Advance that, Kevin goes out and says, bang, 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 here's my roster. What that doesn't count are the calls during the day. And I know when the homeowners, which usually are doing their work in the evenings, those don't get back and re-logged into this calendar either. So I agree that the total number of permits is down. My sense is, though, that the kinds of permits that we're doing, we're investing more time and we're having probably more challenging projects, or more importantly, as opposed to the peak years when you had new construction, which is kind of nice. One general contractor, bang, bang, bang through. We're doing a lot of homeowner education now. So,
I think pinning it on simply the number of permits given is the wrong way to focus on this budget.
And I agree. I mean, my problem is I agree with what Frank's saying about the code, about the permits going down. I still reflect on the fact that as frequently as I'm in this building, Kevin's here even more so. To the point where yesterday Kevin was going to the dump, taking all the town trash out of here, going to the dump. He's coordinating all the maintenance at all of our facilities. He does a lot more work than just code enforcement. Unfortunately, we've chose to pay him out of that bucket. So because the numbers show one thing, doesn't actually equate to what he actually does on behalf of this town as an employee.
First off, building maintenance is not a full-time job here in Litchfield.
Agreed. That's why we have a
Okay.
person like Kevin doing it.
And at best, it's a minimal part of the job. I can't see that the issue of permits is it directly relates to the amount of work that we expect a code enforcement officer to be able to do. If you take the perspective that the total permits has dropped significantly, and you look at the fact that it's only a small amount of work to maintain these buildings, then I come back to the point that we should have excess hours built into the system.
I guess I'm struggling with, if you listen to the data points that we have for this year alone, the 2 months that Jason brought up, and you're looking at 25 to 40 appointments, assuming an hour per appointment per week, that's a lot of hours that are being consumed by his code enforcement role.
25 appointments over what period?
A week.
How many of those are necessary? How many of those
All
are
right,
required?
Mr.
But-
Chairman, this is getting,
Well,
I'm not interested in reducing this. I'm not gonna vote for it, and I think we ought to move on because it's not gonna happen. You're not gonna get my vote.
Okay, Mr. Byron, if you want to reduce the line, make a motion, otherwise let's
Make
move
a
on.
motion to reduce it to 32 hours a week.
33?
32. Jason, what would the recalculation be if it was reduced to 32 hours?
There goes the pension. Thank you.
I see 32, I don't see a number.
no. Well, that's ironically because I was backing into the
It's gonna fail.
the hourly rate. So that this is based
Every year.
on.
Just as an example, when I did start here in 2008, the budget was over $104,000.
That's
And I
clearly
dropped
clearly
it
not right
tremendously
either.
by giving it the part-time help.
It's going to reduce by 21,000, I think. No, there you go.
There you go.
Okay.
Hit that step, though.
All right, so Mr. Byron's motion is to reduce the budget, the reduced line 110, but to 32 hours, which will equate to a budget number of $53,248. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Motion fails with a lack of second. Back to the bottom line. Bottom line budget of $78,791.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that amount.
Motion's been made to move $78,791. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been seconded by Mr. Bork.
Which is below the default budget. So, just wanna make that point.
All right, any further discussion?
If this goes on and he does take the inspection job, would that be included in with his job?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and it would reduce the fire line budget.
It won't increase my pay, guarantee it.
In other words, he would be doing that and he would be doing away with the inspector for the fire department.
There's some number, yeah.
Some of the number in
would
that
go.
line, yes.
Yep,
We'll always-
that would be the intent. But remember, this probably would not happen in 2014 because he has to get trained and certified, and that number you may start kicking those rolls on sometime in 2014, but we still got to work to the chief about how that would
Yeah.
work.
No issues there.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor for moving 4241.20 code enforcement for $78,791 to the budget committee, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No,
Abstain? Motion passes 410. With Mr. Byron being the opposed and the rest being in favor. All right. think that's it for you, Kevin. Thank you very
Kevin.
much.
Been consistent, I must say.
Kevin, don't. I'll talk to you later.
No, I'm gonna go take care of the trash. I'll be back.
Go take care of my fire panel, would you?
The two idiot lights that don't even say why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah, I know.
That's the part I'm having trouble.
I hear you.
It's all working, but why?
Yeah. Chief,
Thank you.
take care, Kevin. Have a good afternoon. It is almost noon, so let's fire through the chief's budget.
Donuts,
There is a donut there.
That's your lunch.
Chief, listen, when we leave here, they're going right next door, so don't worry.
Oh, they didn't come from there?
No, I brought them in case anybody wanted them. I wanted a donut this morning. I didn't feel it was appropriate to bring one in.
Good
Oh,
morning, Chief.
How we doing?
Wow.
yeah.
It's a
We're
Saturday.
back on track with you.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to review police budget, which is going to be the first one's going to be 4210.10, which is police administration. Correct, Jason?
That is correct.
All right, so I guess we'll go through like we've been through the last couple.
Okay. The administration wage line unchanged. The officers line reflects movement within the existing wage parameters. So obviously, we have a pending contract, so there's no baked-in wage increase, but this reflects where people have
steps
moved during the year, people who've achieved MPO. We budgeted Officer Ivis as part of the year, now full year, Officer Ivis, who graduated from the academy last night.
He did.
So,
Oh, saw that. Okay, I
How'd
didn't
he
know
do?
he was part
It was
of
on the
it.
news.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
To him
How
and
did
to
he
Yeah.
do?
He did very well.
Did he?
He did very well.
Excellent.
administrative assistant
Hard.
wages, movement through the wage schedule.
A question on that?
Mhm.
We've got the assistant booked for 30 hours a week. Chief, what does she do during the 30 hours a week? Do we need to have that many hours?
She compiles all of the data. She does all of the payroll, all of the accounts payable from our department goes through her. Discovery requests for the prosecutor's office making videotapes of the for defense attorneys that goes through her job description. And that's what the majority of the hours are doing.
Is there any potential to reduce those number of hours?
Actually, there was, in the MRI report, it was brought that she should be at full-time. I've kept the hours the same, along with, there was a recommendation from MRI to increase how many police officers we have and stuff like that. And this was from 2008 to 2010. Her hours are, there's times when she hangs over just to try and keep up with the amount of work that we have in that position.
Didn't we have some of the, from the past, the dispatchers doing some of that work?
What the board did was, it was a dispatcher that was Sharon, that was the chief's assistant back when Roberts was the chief. So what the board did is they changed the position to administrative assistant, but the job is still the same. It's just now a non-union job.
And the dispatchers, when they're on duty, they do clerical administration work too.
They do.
In addition to,
They do.
it's more about taking more of the field stuff, getting shirts on IMC correctly, and then.
Correct.
So there is work that's being done by the dispatchers also.
Thank you.
We've kept the part-time officers at this year's level. When we set the default budget, we made a reduction there, so this would stay at that same level, 85,800. The part-time, or the overtime wages for officers, we took another look at what our experience has been over last year and year-to-date this year to try to readjust these baseline numbers a little bit. Some of this is shift coverage, vacation coverage, known things, and then you obviously have incidents that are the unknowns on this. We actually, the sergeant estimates of 180 hours is actually a reduction over the what we carried last year. Corporal, we increased that, and again, one of the things that we've been doing the past few years is we've looked at what we think is a annual average, and then we've discounted that number back
By about
in the
10%,
budget already. So we've baked in a lower amount. So the corporal's case, we had looked at about 295 hours of overtime. We budgeted at 275. Master Patrol, 200 average. We budget at 180. Officer, 200. Budget at 180.
Can I get into a discussion somewhat on overtime, just in general terms? And that is, Chief, you have overtime booked for officers throughout the budget here. Are you also booking overtime for example, if you take an officer for training, like you pull, let's say, an MPO out, and he's going to training, you book another officer to fill that role, are you booking overtime that he used to fill
They'll
that
go
role?
to training, the training line item, if that's
But
what
at
it's
an
covering.
overtime rate, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless you're, right,
Oh, unless
Unless
I'm
you-
able to
yeah.
backfill with,
unless you do a part-time, or,
correct.
you happen to have the unusual convergence of having somebody whose regular duty shift is being covered, then you're only
Right.
paying one.
It's preferred to have a part-timer cover it.
So when I went through the budget, I looked at the general amounts of overtime we've got, and I came up with $88,500 ballpark. That includes Sergeant Corporal, MPO, and training. My question is, would it make better sense to hire, I'll call it an officer that could fill in some of those roles and decrease that overtime rate?
As far, like a part-time officer,
No, I'm talking,
a full-time police officer?
I'm talking a full-time officer that you can then assign to cover gaps, I'm gonna call it. where-
How do you know when the gaps are gonna be? That's the challenge,
The
right?
numbers are close, which makes you want to, look at, hey, am I getting to that bend point where I can do that? The unfortunate thing is, you put somebody as in a general rotation, you take vacations, you take coverages. You can't program him as a one-to-one match. I'd say if you brought in a new officer, that would reduce by about 20% what your overtime would be, because you'd be able to flex those hours throughout, but you can't do a you can't do a
I know you
one-to-one
can't
match.
cover it all, but.
Right. So if you were running closer to 125, 130,000 of cumulative overtime, I'd say then you're probably in the ballpark where a new officer could make a meaningful net increase. I think it's real hard with where we are now to do that.
Anything else?
I guess the other question is, what ways are you using your staff to try and reduce the overtime?
Like I said, we try and use the part-timers. The problem is the state has mandated that they can't work over a certain amount of hours. And the part-timers that we have are retired, so they can't work over the 32 hours. So if the 32 hours comes up, they can't.
No, there's
Yeah.
two criteria in the state laws. One is the 32 hours a week, but the other is, 3,200 hours or 23 or something like that, 100 hours. There's a hours per year limit.
No. Two different limits. What governs the chief's use is the police standards and training, which is
1,300 hours.
Which is a slightly different. You're thinking of the New Hampshire retiree eligibility. So we start with standards and training,
Right.
and that applies to all part-timers, whether they're retirees or not.
Right.
And explain standards and training as to why you can't work.
Police standards and training. If we hire a police officer that is, say, not a full-time police officer like Officer Lammy,
They've only gone through the part-time academy.
correct, he can only work 1,300 hours a year. That's his max limit.
Okay.
Now, like our school resource officer, Mike Coral, he does 32 hours a week at Campbell High School. He cannot work any more hours. If he goes over, he is penalized through his retirement system.
That's because he was retired full-time.
Correct.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay.
Lieutenant overtime, our
estimate base was just too low on that.
Yeah.
We based this on about 144 hours, and we ended up last year at 125 and a half, and we're at 157 and a half this year, so.
What are the extended assignments that's in the note? It says to
Oh,
cover
yeah.
extended assignments.
The extended assignments, I mean, in all cases, extended assignments are things that take you past the normal workday, whether you're investigations, court, field work, anything that takes you beyond the normal day. As an hourly employee, that triggers overtime. We recalculated, again, what we've been putting in for court overtime. And so those numbers have been somewhat adjusted based on people. And obviously, you'll see in the details a little bit of a flip-flop between MPO and patrol, just because we've had more people move into MPO this year. 149 overtime in training. The first detail line item there, the allocation associated with mandatory training, that 18,622 reflects the movement of our existing officers through the wage schedule to buy what the 15 was buying us last year. It will be 18,622. The other item that, and actually I'm just looking at this now, I realize we have a math flaw here. The professional training progression, I'm going to let the chief speak to that a little bit. This is something that we have not had included.
And this is, I made some copies for the board. You see the first sheet says training progression, and this is something that we've established over the past several years as far as when an officer first comes in, goes to the police academy, and then as he goes through the different stages, become an MPO, a corporal, a sergeant, and on up the chain of command. And some of these things are just common sense. When you call for the police department, a police officer coming over to your house because it's burglarized, you expect that officer to be able to photograph a crime scene, be able to take fingerprints of a crime scene, and do it competently. So that's what a lot of the patrolman training is. You'll see like breath test operator. That course is a week long. So every officer has to go through that. Interviews and interrogations. You expect a police officer to be able to go in and interview a victim or interview a suspect. The dust and bust, that's the same thing with the fingerprints, crime scene. The at-scene crash investigation is to be able to handle a basic traffic accident. These are some of the things that are not taught in the academy, but they're more advanced training that the regular citizen would expect that a patrol officer can do. The next step would be master patrolman. They would move into...
Can I interrupt? How do they get this training? You bring it in-house, or do you send them out?
We try to do some in-house. We have Detective Hool. He can teach some of the fingerprinting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the other has to be done at the academy, and there's some that are outside of the academy that will come in and train in Nashua, Manchester, and they'll offer us the training to come in there and...
Now, again, you said these are over and above the police academy basic
Correct.
training, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Then, certainly. Then as you move through, like a master patrolman should be training new officers that come in. So you would send him to the FTO school, which is a 2-week course. And what that does is we use the San Jose model, which is what a lot of the police departments that are accredited use. And what that allows you to do is when you get a new police officer in, every single part of police work is touched at some point. The officer is trained. he's signed off as being proficient in that, so that in the event a shooting, a stabbing, any type of a traffic accident, the officer's trained in that. He knows what to do when he goes out on his own. He's proficient in handling, initial calls. And then you would have, advanced officers coming in with these different types of trainings. And then in the second page, it shows our the different training. It'll show the high liability mandatory training that we do during the year. That's where that $18,000 comes in. The Academy suggested training for 2014. This is where we would take officers where they're at now and where they need to move forward in 2014. We would do that each year moving forward to make sure all of our officers are trained equally and efficiently.
Chief, would it be safe to say too that the training programs here not only benefit the officer professionally to perform their tasks, but also help in prosecuting the cases so that they meet the court guidelines, so that
Certainly.
so if you do have a potentially guilty person, you have a better chance of a conviction?
Certainly. If you have an officer that's trained in, say, accident investigation or DWI detection, the courts take great weight in that. Compared to, let's say an officer didn't go to that. He just learned through FTO how to do the finger to nose, how to do the walk and turn, where you're going to a standardized class that is teaching you, this is how you do this is how you do that. And when you go to the court and you say, I've been trained by the state of New Hampshire in standardized sobriety testing, that carries a lot more weight.
I'm surprised that so many of these classes, I thought were all taught in the regular training. Boy.
There's a lot of training in police work. It's a very libelous area.
Right, that's,
And there's stuff that you can't just train one time and then not train again. Like the firearms, the use of force. That's stuff that's mandated. You have to do it every year. Because those are the things that come back to you.
Chief, just so I can clear, on one of the sheets here, your training progression that you got,
Yes,
it says for Master Patrolman FTO school.
yes.
On the other sheet, it says field training officer. Is that the same thing, or is it a full-time officer? I'm not sure I understand.
I'm sorry, where was that at, sir?
If you look on your training progression sheet under Master Patrolman, you see
Yes.
FTO school.
Yes.
And under your other sheet here, it says Academy suggested classes for 14. It says field training officer. So my
That-
question is FTO on both sheets the same?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes. That is just, the second sheet is just who we picked to go to those classes.
No, understood.
Yep.
And I think it's probably worthwhile to note too that because we haven't had as structured of this approach as we've laid out this year, in some of these places we're doing some catch up.
Right.
So you may find that you won't find an exact match for, and
Right.
actually the example you picked up is a great example, Frank, because the FTO.
There's actually a sergeant going to that.
We're looking at catching up with a sergeant to go there, and a corporal, so past MPO.
Any further question on training?
The next stretch, no change, uniform allowance, health and dental we'll revisit later. I just point out that, we will probably revisit, we're a month in, we changed our long-term short-term disability life insurance provider. Cost looks to be a little bit less, so I just want to make sure that what I'm using are truly good numbers there. Prosecutor contract unchanged.
When is it up for renewal?
October 1st.
Beginning of October.
Right.
And we are not anticipating an increase in a contract.
Correct.
We've discussed the telephone and data. So software support, Line 342, the,
Can I ask a question on telephone and data?
Sure.
That is the air cards, are those for the computers in the cruises?
Yes.
Is that what that is?
Yep.
yeah.
And the wireless phones are just for officers to carry?
That would be, we have one in dispatch, myself, the lieutenant,
That's it, I think. There may be one more.
ACO.
Yeah, there's 4.
So do the officers carry a wireless?
Uh,
Or their own or something?
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
Most of them do,
So in other words, this Officer Ivas, who just graduated last night, he would not be qualified to stop a drunk driver now?
he's not, he
Operator?
couldn't, give a breath test.
He
He-
couldn't?
Another officer would have to come in, or another town would have to come in,
Really?
yes, until he's trained.
I would have thought they would have learned that at Concord.
Yeah.
They're there for 10 weeks?
14.
14, holy cow.
All right, so telephone and data,
Yep.
we're at that software
So
support.
software support, the biggest piece here is IMC support, which is sort of our backbone department operating software. That cost has gone up as we've incorporated the mobile criminal records lookup into that. Let's see. We carried, I'll point out, we carried this year in the default budget an item for clerical services, which we readjusted some numbers. That's for transcription. We dropped that back out. It happens rarely, so it is a exposure we have. If we need a full transcript, it's not cheap, but we're not going to be budgeting that next year.
When you say transcriptions, you're talking off of tapes that somebody may be interviewed by, or is that what?
Yeah, we have, in our interview room, we had, one case that lasted 3 hours long. It was, somebody had,
Doesn't matter, but
it was,
but you
but
needed
it
to
was a severe
take,
case.
you needed to put that into
It
a
needed to be
typed
transcribed,
document.
correct.
Yeah. We've taken out line 350, what we have had as medical service charges. Has been carried if we needed to pay for blood tests when the intoxilizer wasn't there. I mean, it appears that this entered the budget once upon a time, and
Yep.
it's a what if, so we took it out. And,
If we need it, we'll cover it somehow.
it will now, yeah, exactly. Pre-employment screening, I know we talked about this earlier, we actually are not including in this budget anywhere new officers, replacement of officers, so we also use this line as the place for the random drug screening service costs.
So I have, never mind, I'll wait till we get to the section, never mind, go ahead.
Okay. Printing, dues, supplies, we've kept unchanged. Office supplies, line 620, keeping the basic routine supplies flat at 2,000. The increase of 1,300 is related to continuing rolling out the records management program that we've started. So that would be cabinets and materials. Postage, we've dropped slightly. We're doing a lot more electronically now and a lot less by mail. Equipment maintenance and repair, full year of copier maintenance and supplies. This current year, we made that change right at year end, so we actually now have good quarterly data on that. Vehicle repairs and maintenance, line 660.
I have a question on vehicle fuel.
Mm-hmm.
Chief, frequently, I'm trying to phrase this. In other words, all the time, when I come in here, there's a vehicle running out there at idle. And when I leave here, there's a vehicle running at idle. Why can't we shut those off and not expend the money for,
What happens is all of the equipment that gets turned on in the vehicle,
Has to get returned on.
it has to get returned on. It doesn't allow an officer to do an immediate response to a call using all of his equipment, because it takes time to reset up, like the IMC program, the camera system, all those items that are in there. It's generally cheaper just to run a car at idle for 10 or 15 minutes than to try and wait 10 or 15 minutes for an officer to try and respond to a call.
Is that how long it would take to I'll call it reboot?
It takes,
When you start up the cruiser, the camera system initializes, that takes about a minute and a half, 2 minutes to come up and actually be recording. The computer takes up, it's instantaneous when it comes up, but it takes you a good 5 minutes to get logged back in, everything running, and if you're running to a call, you don't have time to do any of that stuff. So leaving the car operational,
Plus you're driving.
yeah, plus you're driving. I mean, if you turn the car off, the equipment will stay on for a period of time, but it all shuts down to save the batteries. Because you don't want to go out there and not be able to start the car. So you're probably looking, like, as you said, I think you're looking at a good 15 minutes of just getting everything situated to get everything back up and going and operational as it was prior to you shutting the car off.
Thank you.
Vehicle repairs and maintenance. Another one where I need a crystal ball. We had in previous years been able to drop this number pretty low as we've kept older vehicles. And when we adjusted the default budget this year, we retained part of that vehicle purchase money toward repairs. What this budget is based on is the basic consumables inspections, non-warranty repairs for 2 new vehicles and the 2 administration vehicles. Detail vehicles don't get nearly the use, but they're older, out of warranty, so when we do have a repair, it's more costly. So we plan those at $3,000 each. This budget, this number anticipates replacing the 2 additional cruisers that we did not replace this year. And so what the provision made in this repair line is that an additional $2,000 on top of the rest for those until such time as they can be taken out of service and swapped out with new vehicles. If a decision was made to retain one or both of the vehicles that we did not replace this year, obviously we would have to go back and revisit this repair line again.
So you're estimating $3,500 for a quarter of the year?
I am.
Which means that it's 3,500 times over $12,000 for the full year? 14,000 or whatever?
No, I'm giving us a provision because while it won't happen evenly, it will inevitably happen while we're waiting in the first quarter of the year, and I don't want to cut us short, because if you are replacing those 2, we'll see delivery of those vehicles May, June, so it's up to half a year more. And we have the older vehicles, as every time they go in, it's another $3,000.
Do you know what we've spent so far this year?
I think you spent that line plus.
Yes, what we have spent this year, hold on just a second.
Just the decision to keep the last 2 cars cost us probably that much money, if I recall correctly.
but we haven't even touched the maintenance yet. 'Cause
That's true.
we're trying to get them outfitted, and getting them outfitted, I can't just run it down on a Thursday and pick it up on a Friday. They've been holding them 4 to 6 weeks. So we've had, because their priority is like a full new car, where if we want to just go in and have a camera put in, you're gonna have to wait.
We have spent $13,536
Just in repairs?
in repairs and maintenance. That's what's been charged to that line this year.
This year?
To
Yep.
date this year. To date this year. We replaced, yeah. And so,
That's with car 3 and 4 coming online, what is it, July, was it when they came
yeah,
online?
that was
June,
car
July?
3 and 4 coming on in
So-
July, but we were still running. I mean, I can tell you, let's pick car 4 for an example. $73 in February.
You're talking about
the-
old car 4, right?
Yeah, the old car 4, $30 in March, $50 in April, 119 in May, 400 in May, car 3, $438 in April, $385 in April. So, I mean, the reality is, they're not gonna be free while we wait to replace them.
But let's separate out how much of that is routine maintenance and expendables, such as a new tire or windshield wipers and stuff like that, versus how much is it,
Well, it's
I'll call it a breakdown.
he's estimating it's $1,000 per vehicle. So we have, what, 10 vehicles in the fleet? Including
We have,
the 2 cars?
No, there's,
Hope we don't have 10.
No, we have 8, sorry.
Yeah.
We have 8, sorry. For some reason, I keep on thinking 8 and there's 2 plus, no, it's
Yeah.
8 total. 8
Yeah.
cars in the fleet. That's $8,000 that are put aside just for expendables inspections, non-warranty repairs for all the cars. And then on top of that, it's what we estimate for the other ones.
Okay, well, here, just to pull a couple of car 3, because I'm right here. March 21st, electrical wiring issue, $61. April 4th, electrical issues, $413.16. Brakes and rotors, $385.36, April 4th.
So there's almost $1,000 right
Yeah,
there.
brakes and rotors to me are expendables.
Okay, well.
Oh,
okay,
whether it's expensive or not,
I can
it's
go
ca-
through every
You know, I'm just
repair,
trying to
but-
get a sense as to what the breakdown rate is.
Yeah, and I think our concern is as the vehicles get older and knowing that they don't get replaced January 1, I need some sort of provision to cover the part of the year we go through until a new vehicle's in service. And it's going to be more than routine, unfortunately, if our experience this year has been any indication.
Didn't we get our new cars this year in April?
that's when they're authorized, but, by the time
Oh,
they,
they were authorized
they,
in
what
March.
happened was,
No, we
they
didn't, the
didn't have
board,
any
this board
left.
didn't authorize till April.
They didn't have any left, so,
They were authorized in March, but maybe we didn't get them.
The board of selectmen did not authorize the chief to purchase them until
The
April.
purchase order wasn't
Town
until
meeting.
April.
Right.
No, Pat, but we didn't do the mechanics of it to, the purchase order and everything until April.
Just because the voters voted for it, this board didn't authorize the chief to expend those dollars. Okay, tire purchases, or wherever you think the next thing we need to address.
Okay, next one is under 680, uniforms and accessories. Obviously, this year in the default budget, we adjusted the numbers to be able to outfit new officer. We aren't doing that, so this retains kind of the standard uniform coverage levels. Ammunition, we kind of split the difference between what we asked for originally last year, where we adjusted the default back down to, and then what we're looking at is 4,700. We made the decision this year that we had some extra in stock that we needed for recertification. We don't need to replenish all, but we still need
So
some.
this is where I wanted to ask the question that I deferred earlier on. And that is, in this line here, it mentions $2,500 for 2 officers at the academy. If we're not, maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but if we're not hiring new people, why
this
do we need?
isn't for the new officers, this is for, we have officers that are, that have to get recertified to continue training our own officers in-house. So they have to go up to the academy. We have a rifle instructor, he has to be requalified, the rifle instructor, and then, your firearms instructor. And that requires, those additional rounds.
But wouldn't that be under training? Why wouldn't that be under
Yeah.
training?
It's the,
This
it's
is
the ammunition.
This
This is the ammunition.
not the-
Yes, it's not
Oh,
the.
I'm sorry.
yeah,
It's just the
the
bullets.
ammunition for it.
They have to have bullets.
So,
All right.
Yeah.
is it a 2,500 round?
Yes, that's what we would send them up with.
Well, it's
The
half of
week
that.
long.
Oh, it's 25 rounds for 2 officers, so
But
it's
that's-
half that per officer.
But that's 40 caliber you're talking
Yeah.
about. You said rifle, so I'm assuming it's the ARs.
So there's 3 separate certifications, and it's not the same officer. Like Officer Hartley is the AR-15. Another officer is the shotgun. Another officer does the pistol quals. So when it's Russ Hartley's turn to go up for the AR-15 to qualify, he needs so many rounds to go up with. When it's the officer's turn to go up for the pistol quals, he has to go up with those so many rounds. at the academy. They don't provide those to us.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if there's
Why
confusion.
not?
We left the note in the first item instead of distributing out the rounds through all
Well,
of the
that's why
different
I'm
types.
asking,
Yeah.
because,
Yeah, it's a bad note on my end. We just dropped it at the top. We didn't break it out for how
so
much.
is there sufficient amount of ammunition for the ARs that you got in the budget to be able to do the qualifications?
Yes.
Because you're talking 2,500, a case is what, 1,000?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not an armorer guy.
I'm pretty sure it's 1,000 rounds, I'll just
Okay.
leave it at that. So I guess if you're gonna have to send a guy up to qualify, he's gonna use over half of your ammo on your ARs to be able to requalify.
Well, we just replenished. We just paid the bill for all of the other replenishment. And
For this year's qualification.
for every, so, and that was multiple items. So I think everything except tasers.
Right.
And we've spent, 30,
It's right there, it's in the paperwork.
yeah, right. I mean, we just did that plus tasers this year. We've spent, just under 4,500. So this is, and we knew we used some we had in reserve. That's what led us to the 47
Right.
for next year.
Okay, moving on.
Equipment purchase. Obviously, these are the three new items. First is replacement of the rifle that we provide for our member of the Special Operations Unit.
Why do we need to replace that rifle?
Because the original rifle was purchased in 1997.
Yeah,
You will see the volume of going through, we just talked above. Again, that note shouldn't be necessarily with, it gets about 3,000 rounds through it, through certification and regular training. The issue we're having now is that we're starting to replace pieces based on wear and tear. This past year, I had to replace the gas springs on it, and the concern, as Sergeant O'Donohue went over, was that critical items are starting to fail. We propped it up this year, actually, because our officer, who's the armorer, provided some of his own materials to patch it together to keep it in service. And the issue at this point is sort of the bottom line issue is sort of the mechanical gas feed system is starting to show its age based on the number of rounds that's been through it since 1997.
Okay.
we don't need that for acorns or anything, do we?
No. We have a highly trained. We have
I do have the video on that, so could post it.
Yeah, we assign that to a highly trained officer.
Okay, so, any other questions on the equipment
Oh
replacement?
wait, well, hold on. Well, I got two more that I should probably talk about here
Yeah.
too. The next is replacement of duty firearms.
This is the
And I have a
handguns.
question on that
And
as
this is
well.
the handguns each officer is, Assigned.
These are the handguns that each officer has.
Yep.
The manufacturer estimate of life is 8 to 10 years. We're at the 10 years. The trade offer that SIG puts together, they will take all of our officers. They will take all of our guns coming out of service in trade. So the net cost per firearm is $370. Notably, the issues that we have here, I mean, there's some mechanical parts that need regular replacement, relatively small cost items. But the piece that's of most concern is that the night sights now are going on 10 years and are not as they're not as visible.
Right.
Are those
They
tritium?
don't work. Yeah, tritium sights.
Yeah, so there, and that alone is, those replacements are $109.65 each. So you start looking at putting $110 to replace a sight on a gun that that is already past the manufacturer's recommended service point, that's the, that's sort of the nutshell version on that one.
Is there any opportunity to move this into like a 3-year purchase?
The only problem,
Or 2-year, or pick
yeah,
or
the only problem I could see is then you're training on 2 different weapon systems.
You're going with SIG, right?
Correct.
You're changing models?
I'm not sure if we're changing models. There are different models that we're looking at with DAC trigger, and there's different types that we're looking at. The problem is the night sights no longer work. They've reached that 8 to 10 year mark. Like mine, if you took mine and shut off the lights, it doesn't work anymore.
Let's see.
Well, that's nice to know.
Yeah,
And when we're initially trained in it, we're trained when we do night shooting with those tritium sights. So there is a loss of that.
Well, you keep those on during the day only then.
Yeah.
Well, tritium sights are on all the time.
Yes.
I'm just
Yeah.
asking if there's a possibility of extending it over a 2-year. The model shouldn't change, I don't think.
yeah, I
So,
think
Chief-
we hesitated on this one because this is a primary device. When I get to the next item on this equipment purchase, our starting recommendation would be
Half and half.
would be we'd like to replace them all at once. But when we get to look at replacing tasers, the suggestion there is if we want to split something half and half,
So
we
let me,
can split that half and half.
I have a question. So we say the guns are 10 years old, but like, for example, Officer Lammy, who just joined the force,
His
2 years ago.
Should be new, yeah.
No.
So is his new, or was his a reassigned weapon?
No, his would have been. It could have been a reassigned weapon.
Right.
That let's say when Jerry Millette left, he may have been issued that firearm.
Okay. So we don't buy net new pistols for new officers if we have
No.
already inventory.
No.
All right.
I guess, just, not that I'll be here, whatever. Going forward, I think it would make sense to start to rotate some through after, say, the 6 or 7 year point, and do it that way to try and,
Right.
you know.
Get in a better kind of life
Well,
cycle.
plus,
Well,
plus,
cycle them.
yeah, plus at 10 years, as you said, your tritium sights are dropping out on
Right.
you. It makes sense to,
Right.
So were all those purchased at the same time?
They were.
Yeah.
that's why I'm saying
Yeah.
spread it
But that
out.
was a, it
Yeah.
was
And
a
I think
grant
that's where,
too.
and I think
Wasn't
that's
it a
where you get
grant?
the bargain with SIG, because they'll take all of your guns, 22 firearms, all in bulk.
So, let me ask one last question. Is there a state purchase available through SIG?
I'm not sure.
Because I think our state troopers carry SIGs, don't they?
I believe they do. SIG takes care of New Hampshire police departments.
Yeah,
So,
well, they're a New Hampshire company.
Yeah,
Correct.
exactly.
Correct.
Exactly.
So I'm just wondering if there's a state purchase that we can get on this.
I could check and see.
Well, you can look what the cost breakdown is. I mean, you can see what's baked into that 370 net.
It may already be based on a state
It may
price.
already be in there, but we can confirm and see. Alluded to tasers. We are at the end of the life of the tasers we have. They are no longer being manufactured. They are no longer being supported for parts.
Right.
So
They won't service them anymore.
yeah, and they can no longer service them. So as they start dropping out, we can't replace them. So what we're looking at here again is, by 2015, we need to replace the group of them. Again, overall cost $14,250. What we've recommended here is splitting it half and half. Again, the preference would be have everybody have the same thing, train everybody on the same unit.
So
But-
you're talking half and half, replace half this year and half next year.
Right.
Are we gonna be able to get the same models
I-
over the course of 2 years?
I believe so. Yes.
Hopefully. I mean, you roll the dice a little bit.
I'm assuming you're gonna take the ones you take out of service, use them for parts to repair the ones that are in service.
We can't do that, and they will not use that. But the cartridges are interchangeable. So with the new taser, we can use the same cartridge. And then our training rounds would be the same ones that we're using now. So it would be the same cost, and we would still be able to use the same supplies that we have now.
Okay.
How many do we have? Do we have any out of service now?
We may have one or two that are out of service now,
Yeah, every officer is issued a taser.
except for the part timers. They use a common one. That's locked up separately. So when the part timer comes in, he would come in and use that one.
Okay.
Not each part timer is issued one, but each full time officer is issued one.
Riding the lightning.
It's not fun.
Okay, cruiser purchases.
Cruise purchases. This reflects replacing the additional
So,
2 cruisers.
Jason, why is the cost for the new ones that are proposed for 2014 different? Shouldn't they be the same as what we already have already funding, or do we do something?
No, we hold on a second. Let me remember what the logic here was. Oh, we put less into the cruisers this current year as our first year payment because we retained part of those funds to pay for repairs to the other 2. That's how you're paying the repairs. So we have a lower year 1, higher year 2 and 3. And so these are assuming an even split over 3 years for the 2014 replacement.
Okay. Seminars and.
And they found that it used more gas. Somebody thought that it would be using more gas than a regular car.
they actually
They should be using less gas. Whoever was
Yeah,
thinking
'cause
they
they're
were
all
using more
six-
gas.
6 cylinders, correct?
Yeah,
Even the
yeah.
SUV.
Yes.
They're beautiful. They're nice.
Yeah, and that's it's on the Taurus frame, so it's not a truck truck frame. So it's actually
It's the exact same frame
Just a
if you
bigger
bought, if you
car.
bought the Interceptor.
you
it's
just
the
get
same
more
thing.
room.
It's all-wheel drive.
Is there any possibility of trying to decrease the cost that goes into the cruisers?
Goes into the cruisers?
As far as the equipment,
Well, I know there was like decals put on the sides and all types of stuff like that to eliminate some of that and just go with the plain
This,
black and white cruiser or something along that.
actually,
line.
the black and white was more expensive. It's $500 more.
Why?
I have no idea.
Well, because I believe the cruisers come in black and
They
you
have
have
to
to
repaint it.
overspray the white, and that's, I guess, what costs a lot of money. Whereas if they come in the other color, the gray, I think
Yeah.
you're just putting a
Yeah.
limited amount over.
Yeah.
I thought they came in white and you painted the black. It's the other way around.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep the vehicles looking the same too, so, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't split hairs over it. All right, anything else on cruisers? Seminars and conventions?
Seminars and conventions, what we added here, just as a specific item that we hadn't flagged before, was ongoing professional development and training for the lieutenant, matched like we do with the chief.
Okay.
What this gets to, bottom line, 14,000, 100, I'll get there, yeah, $1,416,335, an increase of $97,081.
Why do we have 1,410,000?
Oh,
He's looking at the snapshot versus.
refresh,
the control
sorry.
bar.
We found I realized there was a formula error earlier.
Did we have to spend
Oh.
more than 20,000 more for buying things to put in the last year's cars, or actually this year's cars, than this one you're wanting for next year?
Yeah,
That's
what happened
20,000.
last year, Pat, when we moved from the patrol car, the sedan, none of the lights, none of the bars or anything like that are interchangeable. So they had to all be purchased new.
So when we get this new one, are you gonna have to buy anything new?
Yeah,
Yes.
everything's new, everything. will be
Everything's
new.
new in it.
Everything all new again,
Godly price for a car. Whew.
yeah.
But we knew that back in 2010.
But,
Right.
That
but the
was coming.
subsequent purchases, if we are still able to get the same vehicle.
Are
should
they
be
gonna be able to
decreased.
use them? We hear that time after time after time.
Well, we got 10 years out of the existing stuff that's there today.
Yep.
So we got a
You'll
10-year
have to
life.
make sure you keep that same model or
Well,
the
that's,
same
Well,
kind.
as long as they
important part.
keep that, I mean, what we're using as the assumption is that, assuming that the model doesn't change, that you should be able to turn over the lion's share of the setup one cycle. So on a 3-year cycle, you would get, you'd get the 6 years out of it. Pushing it a third cycle may be a little much, but, in some cases, maybe. But, the round numbers are, it's about 14,000 of setup on top of the vehicle.
so the bottom line was $1,416,335. There are recommendations to get to the 5% target.
Yep.
We want to walk through that
Yeah,
from the
let's-
bottom up again.
Yeah, we want to go from bottom up since we're there, okay.
One
Yep.
second. I know everyone's had an opportunity to review the budget. I mean, do we want to just go through and make recommendations to reduce in favor or not support and move on, or just have you review the whole thing? What's the board's?
Well, I think if we go through and ask the questions, like, I mean, my obvious question is, what are we giving up for $1,000? We're starting at the bottom in 811.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay. What we looked at in seminars, first item was deferring the item of professional development and training for the lieutenant. The second item was to take $1,000 off of the potential cost of officers attending seminar. We use this estimate of 2 officers, 1 seminar per year at $1,500. What that reflects is there are times that we have the opportunity to send people to a more specialized seminar that may better fit our need and the officer's need than what's at the academy. So if you look at the list the chief gave you earlier, in some cases, we may not do that because there's a much better course someplace else. So,
And there's times when the academy doesn't put it on for 3 years.
right. So, what the chief does now, we use this baseline of 2 at 1,500. That, obviously you stretch. If you get a better deal and you can send, 6 at 500 because the cost, you'll do that. So basically, the trade-off of $1,000 is you would reduce the overall opportunities. I can't tell you it's going to be exactly this course. It's going to be exactly that course.
Chief, we're looking at $100,000 increase in your budget. Out of all of your accounts, if we were to have to feel that we needed to reduce them, wouldn't this be one of the ones that would affect your operation the least?
The
Training.
training?
The seminars and conventions and training. If we could, because looking down the barrel at 103,000 is,
No, I understand.
and I don't want to reduce any service. I'm not one to reduce public safety, but if we were to do something, I want it to be the least
Right.
effective to
Right.
your.
And it's not eliminating it completely, it's just
Right.
deferring
At least
it
if you
off
can
to another
maintain
year.
it,
Or maybe you may only be able to send 1 officer versus 2 officers. I mean,
right.
that's the
At
other
least if
option.
we could do some and not, if we could.
All right, I'll make a motion that we accept the reduction on line 811 for seminars and conventions to $6,350.
I'll second.
Motion's made and seconded by Mr. Bork. Further discussion?
Yeah, I'm concerned about the reduction in the lieutenant, because, I mean, obviously, we've got to be able to take a look and make sure that if the chief is on vacation, tearing apart his bathroom or doing whatever he's doing, that we're able to have somebody who's a senior officer here that can do that. I mean, if we eliminate this, what are your thoughts, chief?
I mean, my feeling is I hate cutting training because it's so important, and it's so important into in keeping officers up to date and stuff like that. But as far as the least intrusive, it could be the least intrusive. Could we just wait another year to send them to the the mid-management command school? We could. I think that's going to have to be a preference of the board.
Or say you had additional money in your training line, you could still send them, but make it up from another line in the budget, right?
Well, actually, this is This is the only line that pays for the courses. The other ones are salary lines.
What I'm saying is that there is a possibility you could still send them anyway if we.
Towards the end of the year, if our budget's looking good and you know, we had 2,500 to 3,000, we could.
Assuming there are no other surprises or, right, I mean.
Well,
Right.
assuming the course is there.
I'm not against putting it back in for the lieutenant and just leaving the other one out, which I think I started to do.
I'm
Well, you
just
moved
worried that
63.50,
looking at
that's
the
why.
one.
No, I was just, I was doing the math in my head.
I'm with you.
I'm worried about beyond us, what's gonna happen if you're looking at 103, and I'm just trying to make, do something that will help reduce this without affecting his services, and I'm okay with the 63 here, because that's why I asked him if it would be the
Okay.
least effective.
All right, where are we on this?
We're at
one for now?
6350 still.
Okay.
I'm just
We gotta
gonna,
vote,
yeah, I know, but I have one more comment. I would also say that if the funding looks like it's there, that he can go. We're not precluding him from going if the funding's there. It's just, you're gonna have 6350 to work with on that line item, and how you decide to choose it. If you suddenly you don't go to something and the lieutenant can go, it's still paid for.
Well, that's like that anyway, Jim.
No, I just wanna make sure, anybody who's watching thinks we just said the lieutenant can't take any training.
Okay,
And
no.
no, we're not saying that.
This is up to.
We're saying we're funding it by
Administrator.
6350. The chief can do with what he wants with that money to train his
Right.
officers, and that's the point. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor in accepting the reduction to 6350 for line 811, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 500. Next line for reduction, if we're going to reduce.
670, drop the newspapers.
Well, that would be the,
So moved. I mean, really.
yeah, I'll second it. Motion's made and seconded for line 670, reduction of $95, making the bottom line, making that line be 2686. Motion made and seconded, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 500. Jason, you can select it, or does anybody else have another line they want to reduce?
I'd like to talk about the next one up. I'm just going through them one after the other, which is I guess the proposal is to cut the records management. So what are we getting out of this records management program?
Clean.
Yeah, we're getting a more coherent approach to managing our records, not file cabinet after file, jam file cabinet. You can see we're doing it on the administrative side too, so we've made the move with our first cabinet of actually getting things out. Our goal on that side is on our side is reclaiming the back conference room. The goal on your side has been to not have jam files, be able to find things. We've started the purge. We now have the cabinet. What we need is more than one cabinet. I think the estimate was 3.
Correct.
3 cabinets. We bought one of 3, and then we start populating it with the actual files. So,
Why can't we just use existing cabinets that we
because
free
we're
up?
not using, because the approach is not to use the drawer cabinets, because the drawer cabinets are our problem in proliferation. So these are taller, open-ended cabinets with side labels on it.
Yeah, you can get more stuff in that
You can-
format than you can in the
yeah.
regular cabinet.
So we've started the process, and we started the process this year. And when we got the report from King Information last year, we said this is a multi-year process. We set some money aside this year, started it on both sides, and so this just lengthens the multitude of years.
Okay.
So the 25 that we put in actually just continues to give some provision from that. It doesn't wipe it entirely.
Yeah. All right, I don't hear any motions. Move to the next one.
Community relations.
What have we spent on community relations this year?
We have spent total of $85 so far.
Chief, what, do you have any plans for community, you have anything planned?
Generally, when we do, when I do my seminars at the Plus 55s, it's purchasing of materials and stuff like that.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to bring that down from 250 to 150.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Byron to reduce to 150, seconded by Mrs. Jewett. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained, motion carries 500. Next proposed reduction or suggestion
Okay.
is
325, prosecutor contracted services.
Why did you propose doing this?
That was my question.
Okay, let me preface it by the fact that, you know, when we looked at the difference of where we were and where we needed to get, we needed some substantial chunks of money. And so I had actually put together some recommendations and thoughts for the chief, and, you know, and he completely disagreed with, you know, I started with some of the equipment purchases and vehicles and said no, and his approach was those are the priority, those are what, you know, are used by our officers and are the long-term investments. And he said if I had to postpone something, it would be the prosecutor. So I'll explain kind of the number here of what we did is we expect that you don't get it all back because by bringing stuff internally, you would have some higher overtime costs for coverage. But Chief, you want to speak to where that idea came from?
Well, when there was a talk about reducing across the entire budget, what happens is it's basically dismantling the police department. You know, it's taken, you know, not giving us proper equipment, not having enough training for officers, not having, you know, police officers in the schools. You know, instead of cutting and basically dismantling the police department in 7 or 8 different ways, it's much easier, it's quicker to take one section, remove that, than decimating the whole police department.
So you're willing to take a hit there, but not the rest of the stuff that, the things that directly impact public safety, you aren't willing to do, which makes sense.
And I guess, and I'll say, you know, as we talked about this, I mean, the message that I got from the chief was, you know, that what we've talked about in equipment purchase and vehicles have to be the priority, and the fact that you were looking at the prosecutor in lieu of that sort of helped me see a little bit more of the priority you were putting on the vehicles and equipment.
Is this workable for you? I mean, I know that's a stupid question, but
It's,
I need you to tell me that.
no, we moved forward, you know, from 2004 when I took over. Everything that we've done, putting, you know, school resource officers in the schools, expanding detective hours, getting a professional prosecutor in, those are all things that make Litchfield what it is today. And I think we've seen the quality of our police department rise in the state. You hear it from judges, you hear it from different towns. You have people applying here that, you know, because they want to come work here. You have towns like Londonderry and state police trying to cherry pick our guys, you know, because we have a good police department. We have real good police officers and stuff like that. I would just hate to go back to the guys and say, yeah, we're not going to do training this year. Yeah, and we're not getting cars. Oh, and we're not going to have a prosecutor. You know, cutting 7 or 8 different things.
Well, okay, but I'm specifically asking about the prosecutor. Is that workable for you? Is that something that you could, if you had to, how would it affect you, if at all?
Oh, it would affect my overtime. It would affect our prosecutions in the courts. There's no doubt about that. I mean, right now you send a guy to school for 2 weeks and he's prosecuting in your court. You know, so you're exchanging a veteran attorney for a guy that goes to a two week academy school.
I think if we want to go back to the day where we had a part-time prosecutor or whoever happened to fall in to take care of that prosecution, doing the paperwork, submitting to court, having been thrown back because it wasn't appropriate. You know, and not to mention, I think your overtime budget will go significantly higher because now that we have officers sitting in the court that may have already been on a duty shift to do it, or now we have to have overtime guys come in to cover it, and vice versa.
The reality of it, what will happen is, when somebody's arrested, we're gonna have to make an immediate plea. This is what we're gonna offer you. If they turn it down, hire an attorney, and file motions, we just don't have time to do that. So, we would just drop the case.
Mr.
That would
Byron?
just be the way we would handle it.
Go ahead, yeah, Frank.
There's, I guess here's what my take in on it is, Chief. I know there's a recommendation further up in here to get rid of this SRO and stuff, that, and the prosecutor, and quite honestly, Chief, I don't think those make sense to me. On the other side of the coin, though, I do think, though, I've seen year after year after year, the police budget continuously goes up significantly. I guess my thinking is, the biggest driver for me in the police budget is overtime. And I'd like to see some type of means of being able to take a fresh look at the overtimes that we're doing and see if we can bring it into some level of reduction or control. And that, to me, is where I would like to see the budget cut, not necessarily SRO and prosecutor.
Well, the only way to really cut the overtime would be single man coverage. If somebody wants to take a vacation, you just don't fill it. And you would just have one officer on duty. It's tough with a 24-hour police department because you have to cover it 24 hours a day. So if somebody calls in sick, somebody wants to take a week's vacation, short of somebody on day shift, where myself or the lieutenant can cover calls and stuff like that, it's overtime. Or it's single man coverage. And now we've had, we have rashes of crime sprees. Like right now, we're in the middle of one where we've had 6 nighttime burglaries. So do we want to cut it down to one officer during the nighttime? That it doesn't make sense.
If you look at the assumptions here too, is I think some of that is necessarily built into the assumptions that we're using. We look at what our average needs are, and if you look at the what we've budgeted. We've already built in a discount on the average already, and which means that already
we already are running single man
already
coverages.
you make the decision on some shifts to do that. Obviously, we're not broadcasting where, when, and the frequency of that, but that's the only way you can get there.
Well, we made a decision several years ago that we would not have one person only on overnight shift.
We have, but we haven't properly staffed for it. We don't have the hours.
We have 2 people, or we should have 2 people on overnight shifts, and I don't want to start going through that, but that was what the board had decided to do. My only point is, if we've got people, we've got to take a look, and all I'm saying is, let's take a look at how we run overtime, and can we do anything about it? And that's, to me, is my biggest issue and driver.
All right, so back to 325. Is there a motion to reduce the line or not? If not, let's move on. Okay, I hear no motions. Let's move on.
The 149, the professional training progression. The full request was 11,706, and we dropped that to 7,500. What drops out of that list is on the list that the chief provided of the different allocations of those. We would push some of those out to distribute the 7,500 hours across the department needs and the officers.
That list that you're talking, can you show me which one of these 2?
It's the bottom of the longer
This-
list. Yeah, it's that allocation list.
So are we going to realistically get through all of this training in 1 year?
We would reduce, yes, that would be
Yes.
reduced by 50%. That
No,
list
that's
would be
not
done.
my answer.
Right.
If we don't cut this line and we leave it at $11,706,
Yep.
are we realistically going to be able to complete all of the training? If we're not, then I have no problem cutting it.
I would say realistically, yes. I mean, looking at the
That-
distribution here
that's the goal.
of office. Now, and I'll also point out that the list the chief provided, the original number we started at was just under $14,600. He and I worked through this list and knocked a few things off to get the budget number of 11,706. So we discounted his list to begin with to get to 11,706. So the comment is right. The 7,500 gets you about half of what's on this list. So,
If I may, on this list, is there, with all this training, is there anything on this list that you say I absolutely would want to have?
That I would want to have?
Yep.
There's a number of them.
Okay, that's fine.
The technical crash investigation, I think that's critical, that we're able to do that, in-house, instead of having either state police or Hudson come in and handle that. That training's really important. The field training officer program is really critical, because that's your way of training an employee, keeping an employee, and having, and we're following our policies and procedures that if you're going to train an officer, you have to be certified, and it's done either by IPTM, Institute of Police Management and Technology, or the police standards that they have that class that year. Those are the big ones. Burglaries, investigations, that's big. The Reed interview, that's really big. Those are teaching officers, how to conduct interviews and interrogations. And the breath test operator, because when an officer's out there, if he stops somebody for DWI, we need to have the means to be able to test them and do the proper standardized testing that a lot of the courts are accustomed to in this state.
So now, with that said, would that $7,500 cover that?
No. It would be close. It would be the crash, the burglary, and interview is 6, 7, 8. That's about 8,500 for those.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to move that line item from 11,706 to $9,000.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to reduce to $9,000 by Mr. Byron, seconded by Mr. Lemire. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained, motion carries 500. All right. Moving on. Overtime officers.
The overtime officers, we, for one of trying to find an additional place, we said we'll target an additional 5% off of the numbers we already budgeted. I didn't rerun them back to say the 295 that I called 275 is now actually, 271 or something. We just took a flat 5% off that last calculation. And again, the impact there is, there's a likelihood that some shifts will be uncovered.
Is there any motions? Okay, hearing none, moving on.
125, special officers. We cover a couple different things out of this. We cover shift coverage. So, those places we have special officers available, we're able to use a part-time officer first, rather than overtime. So obviously it's less costly to do that. We also have part-time assignments for school resource officer here.
So Jason, cutting to the chase.
Yeah.
Your recommendation is to remove the SRO officer. Is there a motion from this board?
Well, I would ask the question, why do we choose the SRO officer rather than, for example, Poole, who's a detective, and...
We chose the SRO officer because the SRO officer was, one, a known number. We know what the 32 hours a week is for that. when we're covering the school year. The other thing is, we're gonna need additional hands to cover shifts. And the sense was, SRO is an important program. It is more discretionary than having detective service or having an experienced officer out doing investigations and shift coverage.
We last year raised the detective line,
But it was pulled out by the budget committee.
was it?
Yeah, it was pulled out by the
There-
budget committee.
I think we had a discussion about, if you notice, Bob Bennett's now no longer in there, and that was 1,000 hours. So his salary came out. I know you and I talked, and John York talked about having an additional officer in the middle school. So we were kind of hoping, my plan for this year was to bring Hool into that position and the SRO continue at the high school. So it meets our needs with, the middle school not having an officer and the elementary school not having an
So
officer.
your intention is to try and have Hool serve as SRO for the middle schools, or?
Now if we're looking at the reduction and how do we get to that 5% reduction and not affect public safety as as your core jobs is being able to conduct a burglary, you patrolling, your detective work, stuff like that. The least amount is going to come from your school resource program. And I'm not saying that that's not important, because I think it's very important.
So, let's assume we're not gonna take it out. Michael, I have a question regarding, Officer Hool doing SRO functions at the school. I know he serves patrol duty also.
He does.
Would he still be doing patrol duty, but being assigned to the school and taking
Just
calls? Or?
maybe I can back up a little, if you don't mind, and explain what happened. John York approached and asked the question as to whether the police department could establish within the school, not an SRO function,
Presence.
but a presence, or maybe they do the paperwork there or something along that line, which artificially then creates that presence. So that's what they were talking about, and I relayed that information to the chief. And I don't know where it went or whatever, but that was something that I think is what you're thinking of, chief.
Thank you.
Yes.
We've been trying to look at some different ways to do that, and to go from to have somebody that could be more routinely there rather than kind of just the.
Well, that's what I'm trying to
So set up an
explore.
office there.
I'm trying to,
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
but I'm
yeah.
trying to
Have them
explore
work
that.
out
What
of the
what does that
building.
mean? And because there is no facilities to have a locked, secured office.
Right.
Right.
And that's where we bogged down for a little while.
And
was
what do you? I
the
mean,
setup.
patrol officers are supposed to patrol. Do we want them sitting in the school? What if they want us to sit at St. Francis? What if they want
I mean, I have no issue with an officer being there at the start of the day and the exit of the day, kind of being the presence when those kind of events would occur, and popping in and out of there when he goes to get a cop. I mean, pops in there. That's fine, but I don't think you can assign an officer to work there. It just doesn't make sense. There's no secure place for him to actually work.
Right.
But if the hours are covering, we still cover our patrol shifts, and he's there more frequently.
Well,
Be okay if the school district put it in their budget, right?
It doesn't.
No.
Well, at the end of the day, does it really matter?
Why?
It doesn't really matter. It
Well,
comes out the same.
No, I know that.
Yeah, they
And I'll tell you what,
Reimburse
chiefs,
the town.
I'll tell you where chiefs have that issue is because then the school feels this is my employee,
Yeah.
and no, you will be hall monitor today. Oh, and believe me, you will be the administrator today when we're off to training.
The other
Yeah.
piece to note in Officer Hull's case is that we've been using him more intensively because we have had an open shift because Officer Ivis
Right,
was at the academy.
right.
So,
And Officer Brown's gone for 10, 12 weeks
right.
to another training.
So
Was military.
to military service, not our training.
correct.
To be very clear, military service training. But anyway, that factored into part of the conversation that Chief and I had of, hey, when the dust settles on all this, we might have the chance to begin putting a foot in the door in a more structured way at the middle school,
Right.
within the bucket of hours we already have. But then we go back to, if I have to lower it, I can't
Right.
get there.
Well, all right. Is there a motion? It sounds like we feel like this or off role is still a very important function, and the way you define it, it supports the hours, so.
Yep.
If there's no motion, let's move on. I don't see any other recommended reductions. So the new bottom line is, if I get there quick enough. Moving slow. There we go.
1,410,934.
I would like Frank in here before we vote on it.
So what was it, 1,410?
1,410,934.
So I'm gonna make a motion that, we approve 4210.10 Police Administration for the bottom line of $1,410,934.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded by Mr. Lemire. I'm going to defer vote for Frank.
So if you want to suspend that all for a moment.
I'd like Frank to vote on it.
Yeah, can we move to a totally different discussion for a moment?
Depends what's about what.
Just schedule and timing and individuals' availability. I know 2 people need to leave by 2.
And I'm suggesting we close it too.
Okay.
I think we've gotten through a lot of the, and we got a whole lot of things done. We can defer the IT budget to the 23rd, because that'll be locked at that point.
And we then need to also schedule a meeting for the 30th.
Yes.
Okay.
Frank, there's a motion on the table and seconded for police administration for the bottom line budget of $1,410,934. Been made and seconded, and we're open for discussion. I'm not hearing any, so all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Motion passes 5-0-0. All right, police support.
Police support, this is our dispatch function. This position is covered by, union contract as well, so wages reflect current position. We've kept the, coverage line, the same. We only have 2 people, so when they take vacation, we, need to cover, dispatch. We use the same theory as last year. We'd fund this to 90% of our exposure. Overtime, the estimate of last year was lower than it should have been for handling coverage. So this is based on having 86 hours of coverage for incident carryover and shift coverage. Service contract, line 345, this is our contract with Hillsborough County. This is the number we've been advised for the coming year.
Jason, can you back up? You mean you're going overtime from $662 to $2,847? There was that much of a discrepancy?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I'm not gonna, I have no great sugarcoating of it. We
Okay, what's the difference between there and the coverage then above it?
The dispatch coverage is we try to use part-time officers to cover. And so when we have a part-time officer cover dispatch, we charge that part-time officer to dispatch coverage. We don't charge it to police officer work because they're doing dispatch work.
Yeah, but just a dumb question.
Go ahead with dumb question.
Related to that, if we bring in a police officer who is, I'm assuming we will bring in part-time officers to do dispatch.
Right.
We're paying at a much higher rate, I would suspect, than we are for dispatches for this officer. Is that correct?
He would get straight pay, so it would be actually less.
Okay.
A part-time officer would.
But if you have straight pay of a dispatcher compared to straight pay of an officer, who gets paid more? The officer or
The
the
officer.
dispatcher?
No, we don't use full-time officers for that.
No, we
Just
don't.
part-time.
We only use
No,
part-time.
I'm
And their
asking,
top salary is 21. You'd have to figure out the hourly rate of the dispatcher.
here's what I'm wondering about. Does it make sense to hire another part-time dispatcher so that you can feed that person in as you need for coverage?
What we've done in the past is we've used Bob Bennett to fill in.
He's not here anymore.
He actually is.
He is, I think I seen him the other
Yeah,
day.
he'll cover.
Oh, he'll do dispatch still?
Yes. Yeah.
But can I just ask also, I see the part of a suggestion to me is that the vacant hours can be turned back over to county.
Correct.
what would be the problem doing that instead of?
I would suspect after the first year we do that, they're gonna come back with, now we're covering 2 months additional of dispatch for us.
So hours would-
So I would imagine it wouldn't take long before they're like, yeah, you're gonna have to pay more.
Yeah, but if you even,
But would it even out? I mean, it may still be less than the overtime coverage that.
That I don't know.
Oh, gee, it's just a huge difference.
because that $27,000 for county that you're budgeted,
Covers the overnight shift
Ju-
and,
well, it covers overnight shift, but it also covers weekends as well.
One of the things to remember though is when there is no dispatcher in that office, there's a lot of things that don't get done, like citations don't get entered in and they don't get recorded and all that. So there's a lot of work that happens by the dispatcher in addition to just being on the radio and taking calls.
Oh, but it's only to cover vacations and sick leave though.
But if
Counter
you're
service,
but if you're
yes,
talking
that's
about
that's 2 months out of the year.
yeah, if you talk about it doesn't matter. Let's say for example, dispatcher Carol's out for a week. That's a week worth of work that's not getting done. So when she comes back, or the second shift, now they're doing both double the duty. So, we're talking about a couple of $1,000s, and I'm just not sure it's worth the savings of what it could cause in the backlog.
Well, no, well, I'm looking at a
Okay, well, the
$600
number
increase
was
overtime.
wrong. I made a mistake in putting that number in last year. The real number to date is $2,600 of expense. So, I made a $2,000 so far mistake in the budget.
2012 was $3,600. It's $3,700.
Yeah, so I mean, we're trying to get closer to a real number.
You're right. Right now we're at 26 and change.
I
And that
should never put
overtime
that in.
covers what? For
Shift coverage, and training and incident carryover.
well, I thought shift coverage was up under dispatch coverage.
There are times that we end up using one of our two dispatchers
They'll
to
pull a
cover.
double and- they'll
So
pull a
they'll
double.
do a double or they'll do a regular shift and a half a shift because we have a limited number of people in our pool. So,
So I mean, I think the 28 is a realistic number based on the last 2 years of
Yeah.
what we've seen, but any motions?
Well, I have questions other than wages and dispatch, if
Go ahead.
that's what you want.
Please.
And that is, uniform allowance. We're paying $800 uniform allowance. And I know you're gonna say it's in the contract, Frank.
It is in the contract.
But I guess my question is, I don't see them wearing uniforms.
They do.
They do.
It's a polo and
It's a polo, the polo shirt.
a lot of polo shirts.
Sometimes.
What happened was MRI, they were wearing police uniforms, and MRI said because they don't carry firearms, you're
They
putting the town in a high liability area when they're driving to and from work.
No,
or while they're here.
no,
That's
I-
why we switched over to the.
No, my only point was I thought I'd seen a lot of them not wearing uniform.
You do.
Or polo shirts, so.
You do. They wear more civilian clothes and they
Yeah.
do that, but it's in the contract. Unless we tell her the contract, we have to fund for it, right? Is
But
that-
then why shouldn't we be making them wear their uniforms?
Again,
They
that's
do.
the administration's problem. Make no money.
They
You
do.
know?
It's a gray polo shirt that
Sure,
says
but
communications on it.
No, I know, but aren't there times where they're wearing civilian clothes in there?
There could be times where it's in general they're wearing the uniform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and my only
Now
question is,
Andrea does not wear a uniform. She's
Well, she's not in this.
she's
budget.
not in this.
okay,
So you'll see her in regular civilian clothes, but the two
okay,
dispatchers
that's
are in.
what, that's the
Yeah.
one I see, okay.
Any other questions, Frank?
No.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve bottom line 4210.50 police support for $142,657. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded by Mr. Lemire. Discussion or further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 5-0-0. Off to the budget committee it goes. All right, next is animal control.
Would you like to answer all questions on this, Chief?
I have a copy of it, sir.
I have my initial question is, before you even start, are we required to have an animal control officer?
We're required to have officer responsible for handling animal issues. It is an assignment for an officer. So, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm splitting hairs, but you don't have to have a specific animal control officer. You have to have that capacity within
the
law
department. Within the
enforcement.
department.
Yeah.
So I hear Officer Savage loves animals.
You ask him, he loves animal calls.
loves them.
I just asked him.
Mr. Chairman, I'll put it on the table anyway. Make a motion for $15,177 for animal control.
Do I have a motion made for 441410 animal control for bottom line $15,177? Do I have a second? I will second it for discussion. All right, motion made and seconded by myself. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to amend that to $15,122.
Second.
Okay, motion is to amend the bottom line to $15,122 by Mr. Byron, seconded by Mrs. Jewett. Discussion on the amendment. Hearing none. All those in favor for the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. It is now amended to bottom line of $15,122. Now for the main amended motion. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 5-0-0. So that's off to the Budget Committee. Chief, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate it.
I know it's hard to sit there.
It was a little difficult. Shingles.
You're on.
Oh, really?
That's why you don't see me in uniform.
So
It's
you're doing shingling now?
very painful.
Chief, just so you know, car
We
6 is
need
all
one,
set.
and we need a new roof at Talent Hall.
I think that's going to
Yeah,
conclude.
some money.
We had one more budget item on the agenda for IT. We're going to defer that to the 23rd. Just because it's lengthy, and I got one more price we're still waiting for. So that instead of hashing out and real, we'll just hold that off. Do you want to try to accomplish a couple small ones before we disappear?
I'd like to accomplish a few more if we can before,
Can I leave?
Yes.
I gotta
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes, Pat. Enjoy the week. And
let's see.
What the junk has.
All right.
What is it? I'd love to have any movie.
which budget do you want to?
I would like to do, what else do we have, let me actually look, what else did we?
Can I suggest some that we could get through, I think, relatively easy?
Yeah.
Are they on the list that we asked it for?
They're on the budgets that may be reviewed
Yep.
time permitting.
Let's
Yeah,
pick one.
let's just go through the list. That's,
Health agencies,
Sure.
okay.
That's funny.
Ironically, health agencies.
ironically, why ironic?
Well,
We were talking about it earlier.
John and I were talking about this morning, because what I'm looking for here is actually, no, I'm not quite at a bottom line yet, unless you want to do what we did last year. I wanted to know what you wanted to do. Last year, we kept one in the budget, dumped last year's number in an article.
My recommendation would be the same thing we did last year.
Same thing, flat number, same way?
Well, carry the numbers over that we had from last year and say, and
Okay.
So keep,
I think we do a better, I think we need to do a better job as selectmen. We get up and say, look, this is presented to the voters. If people want to amend these, change these, or whatever, that's
So-
why they're there.
we're going to carry the $1,900 like we did last year, and everything else goes into the warrant.
Okay.
That's what we're suggesting.
Yeah, the 1,900, because of the recommendation of Chief O'Brien.
Right.
Yeah.
So use the app.
Yeah, and then their request this year, I'll point out, was 2,500.
It's a
Well,
request.
Maybe.
I just before everybody barrels ahead, I just want to make sure you saw that. You can choose where you want to go, but their request was 2,500. So,
I'll move 2,500.
So 4415 health agencies, 2,500 moved by Mr. Lemire. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion's made and seconded by Mr. Bork. Discussion. So as we said, we'll carry 2,500 in the budget. We'll ask for the remainder in a warrant. Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 5-0-0. Right, Pat?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
I donate a lot, so I really don't care
you
if
and
the
me- you and
town
me-
donates,
You and me both.
really.
Pat, were you gonna leave?
Yeah, I got to leave,
Go ahead.
okay?
Yep. Thank you very much,
I
Pat.
apologize, but
No worries.
it's my grandson.
We're gonna do probably another half hour. We'll probably stop at 2.
Well, eat some fruit with your meal.
Can
Thank
I
you.
suggest then maybe zoning?
Yep. Move to zoning.
Sorry,
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
I'm trying, 419130.
Thank you.
Zoning, proposed budget, $797, which would be an increase of $30 over the previous year. The getting to the discount, took out tolls and removed one seat of training.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move 722.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Lemire for $722 bottom line, seconded by Mr. Byron. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries 4-0-0. And let the record show that Mrs. Jewett has left the meeting. Just so you know. All right, next suggestion.
I'd say welfare.
Mm-hmm.
Welfare is pretty flat. And the bottom line on it is, we don't have discretion in this anyways.
Right.
So we'll move 20,000, right? I'll make a motion that we move for 4445.20 welfare, $20,000.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded by Mr. Byron. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries 4-0-0. You're on a roll, Mr. Byron.
I am?
Yep.
Want
Oh,
to try
okay.
executive?
No, you don't want to go there.
Go where?
Whatever, go ahead.
I was, if you want to go executive, that's fine with me. I was going to go to town insurance.
Let's go to town insurance.
Before I bring it all crashing down.
Yeah. Town insurance, what number is that?
4196.
46.9.
Jason, I'm gonna ask you again, can you put the account numbers on these things? Thank you.
Jason, you haven't gotten a quote yet, have you?
No, I haven't gotten a quote, but basically this is taking our current number plus 5%, which is what our multi-year agreement says. And the reason this is in blue is these are my best numbers at this point. We'll
Okay.
revisit it, because I
So we
also
can
don't know if we're
revisit.
getting a holiday. But I want, this way I have a placeholder to take
Sure.
forward.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, count 4196.90, 57,777
Second.
insurance.
Motion made by Mr. Lemire, seconded by Mr. Bork for 4196 town insurance, $57,777. Discussion.
Jason, can you explain the proposal that you have there for 3,000 to 1,500?
Yeah, it's another crystal ball one. Last year, we moved, we used to carry some provision for insurance deductibles in a couple of places. Our plan has a $1,000 deductible, so I budgeted for 3, which seemed to be a decent average.
A 3,000 deductible?
Yeah, I have three incidents of $1,000
1,000.
Okay.
across all the departments. You know, sometimes we get there, sometimes we don't spend all of it, sometimes we're under the 1,000, so there's no insurance deductible. You know, this year's been a good year so far. You know,
You
we've-
just jinxed
I know
yourself.
I know. I mean, I'm showing this year our net expense to that line has been $516. So if you got a good year, 1,500's fine. If it's a bad year, we eat it someplace else.
So what the heck, let's roll the dice. I'll make a motion for $56,277.
So you want to amend my motion?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah,
I
you're
apologize.
amending the motion by Mr. Lemire to $56,277. Do I have a second on the amendment? Second on the amendment?
I can't, I made the motion,
Yeah.
original
You can
motion.
make it, you can a second amendment. Why
I'll
can't you?
second it for Mr. Byron's sake.
Okay, motion
feel
is amended by seconded by
charitable.
Mr. Lemire. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 4-0-0. Now for the, back to the main amended motion. 4196 town insurance, bottom line budget of $56,277. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 400.
Mr. Chairman, may I suggest going to Planning Bud?
Planning Bud, yep,
That's
That's-
account 419110.
10, thank you.
Right.
All right, Jason, let's see, we have a bottom line. I don't see,
I don't see it. I don't have it.
But-
You get it?
You don't see what?
I don't have it either.
oh, you know what, we ran out of, what's on the portal here? Go to this link right here. Right, and you'll see them all there. Nice,
Oh.
gotta find, just go right there, there you go.
They're going planning?
Yeah, planning. Okay.
Sorry, that was my,
All right.
Yeah, we didn't think we'd get this far.
well, I hadn't had a final confirmation back from the chair, because I took his notes, so, and then I ran out of day yesterday, so, okay,
No worries.
but,
Just a couple, I can tell you what the changes were in general, that the NRPC planner, they reduced that from 25 hours per month down to a total of 23 hours a month. Part of the reason for that is, right now, the planning board is not receiving applications to any large extent for subdivisions or site plans. So it's, basically, I think it's a move that makes sense, to be honest with you. The other thing they did was they took out some public notices and ads, and again, that's in keeping with the idea that they should be able to combine public notices and ads, the notice for any zoning changes into one notice.
Yep.
And at the same time, they also should be able to, you know, if they plan it correctly, they should be able to reduce it, is what I'm saying. And I suggested to them that they pick a date in the future, here's when we're gonna have our public hearings, and then they'd be able to do that and combine them all into one. The other thing they did is books and periodicals, which isn't a big deal. They were getting individual books, which are the zoning law books. And quite honestly, my observation is nobody brings them to the meetings. So what we decided to do was to get one book, and hopefully maybe we can get a DVD that comes with it. They come with DVDs. Potentially, if we could get a DVD, we could, if we're not breaking any copyright laws, copy that over or whatever. So those were the changes.
Yeah, so we should be able to host it on our Google app, we just can't host it publicly, I would think.
I don't know the answer to that.
yeah, and, you know, I mean, the book provides some annotation, the actual law is available for free
That's true
on
too.
the state website, so.
That's a
Well,
good point.
The book provides the annotation, which is the court cases that back that up.
Right.
And I think that's where they're saying it's a proprietary document. or
Right,
something.
that's the piece that you'd have an issue with, probably.
And
If
then
I
the
may,
last,
When you're done. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, then the last thing they cut was some $200 out of training.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the bottom line for 4191.10 planning board of $54,361, accepting all of their reductions. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded by Mr. Lemire. Further discussion?
Yeah, I just have a quick discussion. Based on what Mr. Byron just said, you know, with not much going on with the planning board, do we need the administrative assistant doing 21 hours a week?
My recommendation would be that that should be looked at, and I would say probably not.
Okay.
But then again, that's just.
I would
me.
agree with you, and that's why I brought that up, so.
And, I mean, and that's, you know, I guess that's a fair question to bounce back, starting point to the planning board.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I
You know,
would
I
say,
mean,
based on that, you know, the thought, what you provided, I would ask the liaisons that go to the planning board to raise the question
Okay.
and have the chair make a decision.
No, I'm not at the next planning board meeting,
I'll be there.
Yeah, Mr. Bork is.
which I already told you about anyways. I think that's Tuesday night.
So,
Yeah, Tuesday.
I would guess I would go to the chair, to Russ and ask Russ his opinion.
Okay.
And, I mean, beyond, the planner is predominantly just doing planning work out of that office. There's no other tasks that person's doing. I know she duels on conservation, but that's not
That's sort
part
of,
of
a-
it.
Separate, right?
that's
That's the
that's
benefit of
an
her. just-
adjunct, that's a
Yeah.
benefit
Okay.
rather than a paid
Now,
worker.
her hours, the administration's hours increased only a couple of years ago. What were the hours prior to that increase?
I think they were around 16 hours a week or something like that. But I mean, if you seriously look at the cases that the planning board had, I mean, Kevin, you've been with me on it for this year anyways, and this year was the slight bump up, but we're not seeing that many.
I mean, I would support her keeping her 21 hours if she was going back and doing minutes in the meeting.
Yeah,
No,
because
she's not.
I know she's not, I know, I'm saying that that would be the case, but we're already subcontracting for minutes.
Well, the other,
But, well, stay tuned. You could get there when you get to the executive budget.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so,
All right, so I'll bounce that back.
well, I think it's fair what Jason brought up, or John brought up, or both brought up, is the idea of maybe you look at this line item here in terms of, well, it's not in here, is it?
no, it's a back end, I
It's
think
in
it's
the
in the
other budget.
executive.
It's in the other budget, so when we get to exec,
Yeah.
hold on to this idea because it fits into something that I have in there.
Okay.
All right, so back to the motion. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor for the bottom line of $54,361 for planning board, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 400. All right. I guess we have, next would be either executive or accounting. Let's do accounting.
Let's do executive.
Let's do accounting.
Let's do executive.
I'm on executive, all right.
We're doing accounting.
Wonderful.
It's my only prerogative here.
Now I'm curious.
He's just worried that I'm gonna cut the selectman's salary and stuff.
I'm not worried about it. I know you're going to.
But you can try.
Every year. It's very low enough as it is. All right, walk us through, let's see.
Okay, this covers much of the staff of the administrative side. The wage line reflects movements through the wage scale. The other changes, let's see. Software support I flagged in blue. I may be revisiting that number. That's the big chunk there is our financial software. When I get it, I'm expecting that we'll have a slight increase. And you know, I've looking to add a payroll module, which was supposed to be available in September, but is not yet. Other changes, well, that's about it. A little bit more under postage.
Can I just go through and ask a series of questions, if that's okay?
Yep, please.
140, it says overtime, secretary, bookkeeper, staff, $1,000. It says meeting minute coverage.
Yep.
How do those two tie together? I'm missing something.
Well, you are, because the person who is who does some of our minutes, who's on staff, is covered in her full-time position is up under finance staff. That's how it's been coded. So the overtime associated with that position, if it's counter overtime or minute
You're
overtime,
talking Donna, right?
yeah, it goes there. I haven't broken it out.
I was just wondering
Yeah.
why that wouldn't be part of the minute meeting extravaganza that you have.
Accounting convenience.
Okay,
I
that's
mean,
fine.
really, it's
I don't
been
care
there.
how you
Yeah,
do it. I just
yeah,
couldn't figure out.
yeah.
Then there is software support services,
Mm-hmm.
$400 for Thompson Fixed Asset Software.
Yeah.
Are we using this now?
We-
There was a big effort to do this, and I thought I didn't.
We use
Been
it
using it
every
for the
year.
last 4 years anyway.
We use it every year. It gets updated. Now it's
Are we capturing all capital items?
we're capturing the capital items. I mean, it's
All departments?
yeah,
Okay.
because we generate we put stuff as it goes in. It's mainly the tool for the audit.
Is that also capturing, maybe it's, I can ask you later, but I was gonna capture serial numbers and capture warranties and all that
It
stuff.
captures serials. I don't think
I
it
don't think I
captures warranties.
Yeah, I know, I've not been asked about any of that, so I don't think it's been there.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, and there was also the question that I had at one point in the distant past on users manuals.
Yeah, we're not logging them there. However, shared equipment. We're storing manuals electronically, so we have them.
Okay, postage, 6 to 25.
Yeah.
if you look at mailing of accounts payable checks, my question was, are we at a point where we can do this electronically rather than mail them? I thought we were getting closer.
We're getting closer. We're not there yet. We're looking to explore a little bit more of it. Actually, we're looking to move the school payment to electronic payment any day now. But there's some, at the moment, there's still some software hurdles to do it. We may.
Is there also a checks and balance deal where you've got to have one person enter it, another person approve it?
Yeah, but we have the system. We have the system for that. I mean, part of it is that the electronic system is great, except so many of our other things still need the paper verification. So, what we can do it, but weirdly, I think we figured out it was more steps rather than fewer steps right now. So, like when you guys do payroll, when you sign payroll, you're authorizing the treasurer to release paper checks and an ACH. So you would still be signing a manifest, an ACH manifest, and then we would upload that data into the bank's portal and release it from the bank. And the bank is all set with separate dual controls.
No, I was just wondering about eliminating the postage expense, that's all.
Yeah, we're going to look a little bit more this year and try to ramp up a few more, but it's a software issue more than anything else.
Does that price include, aren't they talking about a postage increase?
Yeah, I'm hoping we can cover it in there. The backstory you don't have on this is that it's taken us a few years to figure out like what we actually are spending for postage.
Yeah.
We have we inherited a number of old pre-stamped envelopes from the released files from your former treasurer that we've used. We've decluttered a lot of stuff, so for the past couple of years we've been using up postage around the office. So I think this is probably a decent number, and we'll see.
Any other questions or motions?
Office supplies on 6/20.
Mm-hmm.
It says target further reduction related to deferral of records management. You're dropping $400 there. Does that shut down all your records management work?
No, it just it stretches it out. Again, it stretches it out a little further. I budgeted. I mean, the difference between 4,000 and 2,600 is that probably.
Okay, and then I guess maybe a general discussion we talked about is you've got here a target of reduction 30 to part-time 35 hours per week.
Oh, right.
Public counter hours 1 day or half day per week, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, again, trying to get to the 5%, the only things I had left out of many of these numbers here were going back to wages and the place that I hit was closing, providing kind of the counter reception services.
So that would require the staff that remains to answer the window, and because you're not going to physically close the window.
My thought would be looking at physically closing the window.
So that would affect
Building.
mostly building, right?
It would affect primarily building,
And
but
assessing.
The reason
Well-
we would close the window is that way there's no spillover to everyone else who's jumping in trying to
Well,
cover.
you close the window, plus you close access to the public computer too, otherwise you'll have
Right,
to tap
exactly.
on glass.
Yeah, I mean, the remainder of the offices would continue doing their work. It's just we would not be handling customers, dealing with I don't know what extension to call people, that sort of thing.
Well, that's the other thing too, who would answer the phones?
Uh,
The three folks left in the office would remain grabbing that
We'd
phone?
have to look at what the call volume is and
I'll just route it to
decide-
your office.
Yeah, thanks. And decide whether we can juggle that interruption or we go like we do with night and, it
Still the
goes and
voicemail.
find your way through the system. This is not something that I would recommend. I think there would be a detrimental impact to the services we provide to the general public.
So let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
And just exploring, because I'm somewhat against closing the window in general anyway, but what if we took some of the slow period of time, let's say there's I don't know, days to the summer that we can close that window? I mean, it's not as much money as you're talking about, but it's still savings. And maybe it's not worth the effort to actually do it that way. Never mind. I withdraw my question.
Okay.
I don't see a savings at all.
So what's the downside of doing this?
The downside of doing this is we offer less service to the general public when they come in because they find a closed window, and more importantly, we irritate them more because they can tell there are people back there working. Or we choose to interrupt what everyone else is doing to cover that.
Well, the problem is if the building department is closed,
Mhm.
they're gonna go over to the clerk's office. Clerk's gonna tell them they're closed,
Right.
and they're gonna get irritated, which I would understand.
Yeah,
People can't come, people won't be able to come and get whatever, I mean, assume it's gonna be one day a week. If we were to do this, it'd be one consistent day a week.
I mean, the other way the other way to get here realistically is this turns a full-time position into a part-time position.
What's the possibility, Jason, of doing this on half a day for Friday?
It's possible. I mean, it's possible to do any day, but
No, I know,
But
but I
we
mean-
still. I mean, we have people coming in. In fact, weirdly for us, I would say that Friday afternoon is probably not good for serving the building community because the home weekend warrior project people are picking up their last-minute items on Friday afternoons. Which, I mean, that's who we see as customers on Friday afternoons. So, weirdly, that would not be a good recommendation. Where on the clerk side, it's quieter Friday afternoons.
Okay, how about open up at noon on Mondays?
Yeah, I mean, we could pick another day. It's whatever time you choose will have there will always be some customers that choose to come in at that.
I mean, it's $3,000. Is it worth to have?
Well, I mean,
I'd rather take it out of 620 if we're gonna do that.
Yeah.
I'd rather keep the services to the
I
public.
agree. I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I'll move to, well, however you wanna do it. What is that, $1,400 out of 620? Is that what the
Yes.
recommendation
Yep.
would
Yeah.
be? Okay, whatever that,
So that's 20.
off the 199, I'll move that bottom line.
So that takes
Okay,
you
so motion's been
198.
made to reduce line 620 office supplies to $2,600. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr., you made the motion.
Right.
Mr. Bork seconded.
Almost 2 o'clock.
Discussion?
Just to point out, it's not $1,400, it's $400. Right?
No.
No, it's
No,
14.
You're taking,
I'm taking 14.
well, you're taking the additional 1,000.
Right.
Yeah, that was already represented there.
Right.
Well, how about if I just make the bottom line, bottom line of 198,308, which included the.
Well, that's what it is now because you just did the reduction. So we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Okay, new bottom line passes 400. New bottom line is $198,308,000. Any other reductions? Okay, hearing none, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made by Mr. Lemire, seconded by Mr. Bork for 4150.10 accounting for the bottom line number of $198,308. Discussion.
Yes, I just want to make sure that the board recognizes that we may come back around on line 140 again, depending upon discussions with the planning board.
Yep. Understood.
No problem.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 400. Now, we have time for one more.
Executive.
I guess we're gonna go to executive. Gotta deal with it sooner or later.
All
All right, Jason, walk us through executive.
Executive. Mine is unchanged. I'm flagged in yellow because I point out that my contract expires next spring.
Nice.
The next change I had was clerical support. And, you know, last year, we combined all of the miscellaneous pieces that were strewn across a bunch of different departments all into one here. You know, we budgeted we started with what did people have and added them up. We backed it off to 6,000, the default budget. I'm proposing 4,000, and part of the reason is year to date, we've spent just under 2,400. Now, I realize that it's not even, and it ramps up with a lot more budget committee meetings in the fall. But our meeting pattern at this point hasn't been so bad there. You know, and if you're looking for places to trim back further, you know, this is a place to, you know, I showed in the yellow a small change there. I mean, I don't think there's a radical amount, but if you start, you know, if you look and say, okay, Selectmen, Budget Committee, ZBA, and Planning Board, all boards that have, you know, a certain decision-making responsibility, and there may be some other boards and committees where you may not choose to provide town-paid minute takers to them.
Okay, Frank.
Buckaroo, are we missing mosquito control? I thought they were using a minute taker in mosquito control.
They are.
They are. Yeah, the details all came from last year's sort of amalgamation.
But the 4,000 includes all those committees.
Right. The 4,000 includes all of those.
You may want to just add mosquito in there somewhere so that at least you know,
Well,
at least it shows the budget committee that you've also got another group that's tapped into this.
Yeah. Well, we're you know, at the moment we're covering mosquito control. I'm not paying at the moment. I'm not paying third party through there. That reflects back in the accounting budget piece. Donna has that assignment, so we cover that through.
Up and a little bit.
We cover that with a little bit of overtime and mainly comp.
Mr. Chairman? Since the proposed budget is $720 lower than the default budget, I'd like to move the amount of $108,066 for executive.
Okay, Mr. Lemire, motions 413010 executive for $108,066. Do I have a second? Fails for lack of a second.
So I have a question on background checks, if you want to jump to that. I thought we had re-examined whether we were going to do background checks on Rec Commission as well as Concom.
It's Concom, yep.
Yep, we did.
Yep, and we
changed our
took those
policy.
out, but we have a boatload of others that are in.
Which are the other ones? But are we up at $750 a year in terms of doing those others? You're up for a big one if you continue to stay with the town.
I'm up for a big one.
Well, aren't you on the schedule as well?
Yeah, I probably am.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, I'm not being
Yeah,
facetious.
yeah,
I'm
I am.
serious.
I am. Yep.
He's just being flippant, it's getting late.
Yeah, if the camera wasn't on, I had a real flippant remark, but I'll be well behaved.
It's a good thing, Jason, because, you know.
I never make flippant remarks otherwise.
Bull.
All right.
You can flip and remark.
Next year, no, well, I'm more, no, actually, the way our policy is written, I'm not, but we have treasurer, deputy treasurer, we're the 2-year interval, so they're up next year.
Do they include a financial?
Yeah, they do. And those are the known ones right now, because those are required checks after initial appointment for appointed officials. The other positions we have are in positions filled after May 1st, 2012. So.
Positions filled after May 1st?
Right. Right, because remember, we had this, we had to put a gradation in because we couldn't, council's advice was we couldn't require it for ongoing employees who were hired prior to instituting this policy. So,
So 750 covers our exposure.
750 maybe, if all you do next year are the two that are known on schedule, 750 is 500 hours too much. If you have any other intervals come up, then you need some more money.
No, and I'm not trying to be flippant.
No.
But if you add yourself into that mix as a, and again, I don't know, I thought we had put the TA on there as well.
It is.
In the policy.
It is. They're all in the policy, but they're all in the required checks after initial employment for employees and positions filled after May 1st, 2012. So TA, HR, finance manager,
we renew-
firefighter, police chief, building inspector. We got a whole boatload of them
See,
after
but I
that.
would review if we renew a contract.
Right, you would be required.
I don't care.
I know you don't.
I don't care. I have nothing to hide. But, technically, the policy doesn't
sure?
say that. You're going to draw that out remark out of me yet. I already have DirecTV.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get back on topic.
No, seriously, so
Yeah.
if we were to add you back into that as a full check,
Yeah.
you said 500 too much.
Yeah.
How much more
The
would we
full
have to
battery.
spend?
The full battery should be about 125. So if you do 3 of them, call it 375.
So I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to reduce 395 background checks from 750 to 500.
Okay, so a motion to reduce it for line 395 from 750 to 500. Do I have a second?
I'll say.
Motion's been made and seconded by Mr. Bork. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 400.
So I'd like to talk about Selectmen's line item right now, and I think I'll take a year's break.
Thank you, Mr. Byron.
What do you mean you take a year's break? I'm not sure you mean.
He's not gonna say anything, he's gonna let it go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, if you want, Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to.
No, please. All right, any other reductions or discussion?
We have a minimal amount of $100 in there for Selectmen's expense.
Yep.
I don't have a problem keeping it. I think that's fine. I mean, if something pops up, I don't.
Yeah.
Health insurance, dental, clerical, backgrounds checks, dues and subscriptions. What do we get for being a member, by the way, of the Welfare Officials Organization? Or WHO, as we call it in the trade.
We get their, actually, their newsletters. I'm not sure I even renewed that this year. So you may get nothing from that.
Because they have monthly, or
Yeah,
bi-monthly meetings, and
yeah. I think
I
we,
know ours gets something on it.
yeah, I'm not sure that that I decided to renew that this year.
Jason.
No, I didn't. And we're required to join the Association of Assessing Officials
We are by state law.
by state law for the whopping sum of $20. So what's gone there this year has been that, the Municipal Management Association on my end, and renewal of JP.
No, why is there no JP renewal this year?
Because
It's a
it's only
fi-
me
it's a
and it's good
5-year
for 5
5
years.
Okay. Sounds like us.
And you're gonna take a trip,
I'd love to. Where are you sending me?
Concord.
Great.
That's what it says here, 8 trips to Concord.
Yeah, I
60
try to
miles.
use, I tried to use a benchmark average there saying, okay, that's, 8 trips to Concord sort of as a standard. I mean, I've done stuff plenty of other places this
Yeah,
year.
you've been
you
in
know.
RPC 3 times this past couple weeks, so. there's
Yeah,
your
but
bonus.
And I
you
don't even,
also-
I don't even
municipal
charge
management-
for that.
Hmm?
But
We have
I don't even,
municipal management meetings once a month.
yeah, if I go to municipal management, I've had at least one of my,
You've testified on bills a couple times.
yeah, I have, yeah.
No, I said you have.
I
That's
have,
why.
I have, and if you look this year, I have not. I certainly don't put in for most of the miles I drive. So,
Well, neither do we.
right, exactly. Yeah.
We ready for a bottom line? I really do need to.
Yep, if you want to make the
All right,
motion.
$107,816.
Do I have a second on the bottom line of 4130.10 executive?
Second.
Motion seconded by Mr. Bork. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of moving 4130.10 executive for the bottom number of $107,816, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 400. This will be off to the Budget Committee also. I think at that point, this concludes, unless the
Yeah,
board
I
has
do
anything
have
else.
to-
I know.
I do have to head out.
Only other thing, and I just want to get on people's radar screen now, September 30th.
Yeah. So our next meeting is going to be September 23rd, just prior to the Budget Committee meeting on the 26th, and we will have another meeting on the 30th to close out some more budgets.
I can do the 30th. The 23rd I'll be at ICMA in Boston.
Yep. Well, I think you already told me that.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
we'll get there.
So
And
you've
the
got a
24th.
selectmen's meeting scheduled for, the regular selectmen's
He's on the
meeting,
23rd.
and you're gonna do another
On the
selectmen's meeting?
30th, yeah.
Well, the 30th is just going to be a work session for
Highway and,
highway.
Oh, it shouldn't be.
Yeah, it should be highway, probably parks, personnel, whatever is open. Because on Monday, you're going to do library, conservation, and hopefully wrap up town clerk, tax collector. And then, believe it or not, you will be done.
yep.
I'm happy with progress today. I think.
I think we made good progress.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, I'll take a motion to adjourn if we'll, so.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All those, seconded, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained, motion carries 400. We are now officially adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Our next meeting, as we said earlier, will be September 23rd at 6 p.m. Town Hall. Have a good weekend, everybody.
All right.
Brent,
Let me just turn the cameras off.
you've got,
I'd like to do a 6 a.m. meeting.
I could do it.
I'm all for that.
I'm fine.